Kemenkes Jakarta II, and honestly as NC3 Dr. Arianti Anaya MKM as Director of General of Indonesia Health Workers of Indonesia Ministry of Health, Professor Deden Rukmana from Alabama University USA, Sir Seth S. Martin, Dr. Wong Yoke Rung, Professor Byung Hwan Choi, Dr. Nurbaiti, Mrs. Nanda Puspita M. Pham, and all the guests and participants. Good morning and welcome to the Second International Conference of Health Technology. We are glad to start this conference with the time, Technological Transformation and Digitalization in Health Science, provided by Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Jakarta II. My name is Arifah Miftahul Eljana, and today I'm very glad to guide for this conference on MC. Before we start this conference, let us sing Indonesia's national anthems. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Director General of Indonesia Health Workers of Indonesia. Because of she's very busy, we reschedule for his. For that, the Ministry of Director General of Indonesia Health Worker of Indonesia, Ministry of Health, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Densitri Arianti Anaya. Time is yours. Mrs. Arianti, this time is yours. Okay, we still waiting for the speech from Mrs. Arianti Anaya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome everyone. My name is Shamila Yasmin Mutmainah and I'm here to be your MC for the international conference. Very sorry for Mrs. Arianti because she's still on another event, so there's a delay to come here. We are now continuing our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as our conference begins now, we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by Director of Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta II. Please give welcome to Mr. Joko Sulistyo.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To the Honorable Director General of Indonesian Health Workers of Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Gigi Arianti Anaya, MKM, our distinguished speakers, Prof. Deden Rukmana from Alabama University, Mr. Seth S. Martin from Johns Hopkins University, United States, Dr. Wong Yok Rang from National University of Singapore, Prof. Byung Hwan Choi from Daegu Health College, South Korea, and Dr. Nur Baiti and Nanda Puspita MPAM from Health Polytechnic of Jakarta II. And our respected participant, good morning everyone, and perhaps good evening to our guests and friends who join this event from the other side of the world. I hope everyone is healthy, safe, and excited for today's session. As 2022 comes to an end, we do well to look back and consolidate meaningful learnings we have along the way. It is also equally important for us to try and look into the future so we can anticipate future challenge and make it possible for everyone to live healthier wherever they may be in the world. We gather here today in the second international conference of health technology of Health Polytechnic of Jakarta II, so that together we can take a meaningful step toward that healthier world. We pick the big theme of technological information and digitalization in health science because we believe that technology will continue shape our lives and health moving forward. Thus gaining more understanding of how technology advancement could be used to drive us forward in terms of improving global health becomes imperative for health workers everywhere. That is why I'm very happy to welcome our guests and friends from the international community who will share their knowledge, insights, and experience from their respective fields. I hope further exchange of knowledge will continue even after this event concludes. Thank you again to the organizing committee, our distinguished speakers, and Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia that have been very supportive to this initiative. I hope all of you are as excited as I am to follow the panel discussion and oral presentation of today's event. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Joko Sulistyo to give us your opening speech. Now, before going to our continued session, let us pray, and the prayer is led by Mr. Khairul Anwar, SPD MKes. To Mr. Khairul Anwar, the time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your honorable participant, let me lead Islamic call. Let us pray together. Hadirin yang kami hormati, mari kita sama-sama berdoa dalam rangka mensukseskan acara kita pada pagi ini. Mulai dengan membaca kajian saya bisa Islam. Astagfirullahaladzim, astagfirullahaladzim, astagfirullahaladzim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, hamdan wa fi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sallim taslima. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma ya Allah. Allahumma ighfir li wa liwalidayya wa arhamhuma kama rabbayani shaghira. Ya Allah ya Rabb kami. Allahumma ya Allah. Pada hari yang barokah, pada kegiatan dunia ini, kami menengadahkan tangan dan bersyukur kehadiranmu atas segala nikmat karunia yang tidak terhingga, sehingga kami dapat hidup dengan sehat, aman, damai, dan harmoni, serta dapat melaksanakan tugas kami. Dengan berbagai nikmat tersebut, jadikanlah kami orang-orang yang senantiasa bersyukur kepada Jasa Alim, kepadamu ya Allah, kami mohon keselamatan dan kesejahteraan bagi kami, keluarga, para guru, dan pemimpin kami. Hindarkanlah negeri kami dari segala bahaya bencana, tanamkanlah pada hati kami sifat sabar, tabah dalam menghadapi ujian dan cobaan. Ya Allah ya Rahim, kepada saudara-saudara kami yang saat ini mengalami musibah, berikanlah mereka kesabaran dan ketabahan, sehingga mereka dapat melewati ujian ini dengan baik. Ya Latif ya Rahman, turunkanlah kepada kami taufik dan hidayah-Mu, bimbingkanlah kami ke arah kejayaan, kecemerlangan, dan kesejahteraan dalam kehidupan kami. Ya Allah, ya Rabb kami, jadikanlah majlis ini majlis ilmu yang Engkau ridhai dan berkati. Mudahkanlah kegiatan ini, berikanlah keberkahan agar dapat meningkatkan pengetahuan dan memberi manfaat bagi seluruh makhluk. Ya Allah, ya Hafiz, kami memohon perlindungan dari-Mu dari segala perkara yang membuat salah dan hilaf pada pertemuan ini, dan mohon perlindungan-Mu atas segala perkara yang melalaikan kami dari-Mu. Kepadamu juga kami serahkan segala urusan kami. Ya Allah ya Ilahi, terimalah segala kerja dan khidmat bakti kami dengan sempurna, dan Kau catatkan sebagai amal di sisi. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Khairul Anwar to lead us to pray. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to watch the clip of Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta 2 profiles. Please watch enjoyly.
Ya. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Miss.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang Bu Arianti.
To Miss Arianti Ariana, are you ready to give us a speech? Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to listen to Mrs. Arianti Anaya to give us an opening speech.
Yeah. Greeting to all of us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya. To the distinguished Director of Poltekkes Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta II, guest speaker, committee and participant of the Second International Congress of the Health Technology. Let us praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all His graces so that today we can gather here at the Second International Conference of the Health Technology. I also want to express my appreciation to the Poltekkes Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta II for organizing this conference with the theme Technological Transformation and Digitalization of the Health Science. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed systemic problems and the need to increase the capacity and the resiliency of the health system related to the million of data, hundreds of applications, and health constraints and capacities. For health capacity constraints, Indonesia need to increase the ratio of the health worker to population need. For example, the recommended ratio of the doctor according to the WHO stated that one doctor services 1,000 people. But now in Indonesia, the ratio is still in only 0.58 per 1,000 people. Indonesia also has a low ratio of the hospital bed per 1,000 population, namely 1.2 hospital beds per 1,000 population. In addition, 270 million people have individual medical records, both in digital and paper form, which are managed separately by government and private health services providers. The central of the regional government of the health sector alone have more than 400 applications that are not integrated. All of this become chaotic in the health services when the pandemic occurred. Learning from the COVID-19, the Ministry of Health transforming the health system. There are 6 pillars of the transformation. The transformation of the primary services, referral services, health insurance system, health financing, health human resources, and also is about the health technology transformation. The health technology transformation pillar plays the important role in providing data and information for support other health transformation pillar. Ladies and gentlemen, health technology transformation is expected to create one health data and integrated the health application between government, industry, and society. Transformation of health technology also aims to develop biotechnology. For this reason, the Ministry of Health made the 3 strategies. First, we would like integration and development for all the data systems through one national health data. That must be integration of the data system and development of the health big data analysis system based on the artificial intelligence. Secondly, integration all the development of the health service application. That application system that we know is many application system now. Then we would like to make it integration of the application and implementation system for the health system, integration of the business process, and also we would like to improvement the human resources, especially in the field of the health informatics and availability of the health desk and customer management system for the health application. The third, they would like to develop the health technology ecosystem through the expansion of the telemedicine technology, regulation, and implementation of the regulation sandboxes for health information technology and biotechnology products, and integration of the health biotechnology research with the health services provider. Our entire life today is separable from the digital technology. In order not to be left behind, we are obligated to be literate the health technology and information, and even participate in the digital technology innovation and research. The theme of today's conference and competition is about the technology transformation and digitalization in health services will enhance our knowledge, technology, and skill, and developing digital technology that support and improve the quality and health services. We hope that this international conference and competition can become a medium for exchanging knowledge between health workers, academic, students, and community to have better understanding of this situation and for the innovation in health technology to face the challenging in the future. Finally, I would like to deliver my congratulations for the implementation of the second international conference on the health technology. This conference and competition demonstrate the role of the Poltekkes Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta II in supporting the transformation of the health system. Then I hope, my big hope to the conference with all the participants, please give the contribute of the community, give your biggest contribution to our national goal and health transformation to improve the health status in Indonesia and also for the global community. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Ibu. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Mrs. Arianti Anaya. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to watch the clip of Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta II. Please enjoy the clip.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Joko Sulistyo, Direktur Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta II. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta II merupakan institusi pendidikan kesehatan milik Kementerian Kesehatan. Berawal dari akademi-akademi kedinasan yang telah mengalami perubahan kelembagaan beberapa kali. Pada tahun 1991, berdasarkan keputusan Menteri Kesehatan, Akademi-akademi kedinasan Departemen Kesehatan menjadi pendidikan ahli madya kesehatan. Lalu pada tahun 1993, berdasarkan keputusan Menteri Kesehatan tentang organisasi dan tata kerja Akademi-akademi kedinasan Departemen Kesehatan, maka pendidikan ahli madya berubah kembali menjadi akademi.
Berdasarkan keputusan Menteri Kesehatan dan Kesejahteraan Sosial tahun 2001 tentang organisasi dan tata kerja Politeknik Kesehatan, maka dibentuklah Politeknik Kesehatan Jakarta II dengan menggabungkan 7 akademi yang terdiri dari Akademi Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi, Akademi Gizi, Akademi Kesehatan Lingkungan, Akademi Analisa Farmasi dan Makanan, Akademi Teknik Gigi, Akademi Teknik Elektromedik, dan Akademi Farmasi. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta II menyelenggarakan program vokasi dari 7 jurusan yang tersedia, ditambah dengan 4 program studi sarjana terapan, yang terdiri dari program studi Diploma 3 dan Sarjana Terapan, Teknik Radiodiagnostik dan Radioterapi.
Membina insan tunas negara, membangun kesehatan, satukan visi, tingkatkan mutu, kita berdaya, terpatri di dalam kalbu, misi kemanusiaan dan abadi, dan mesti diramayan, kesehatan utama.
Program studi Diploma 3 dan Sarjana Terapan Gizi.
Semua sivitas akademika dalam naungan Tuhan Yang Esa.
Program studi Diploma 3 dan Sarjana Terapan Kesehatan Lingkungan.
Kesehatan Jakarta II, Politeknik, wadah kebanggaan kita, mengantar tunai harapan bangsa, semua sivitas akademika dalam naungan Tuhan Yang Esa.
Program studi Diploma 3 Analisa Farmasi dan Makanan.
Dimantapkan kebanggaan pengetahuan, membina insan tunas negara, membangun kesehatan, satukan visi, tingkatkan mutu, kita berdaya, terpatri di dalam kalbu, misi kemanusiaan dan abadi, dan mesti diramayan, kesehatan utama, membangun Indonesia, Indonesia yang jaya, Politeknik Jakarta II, angkat janjimu, semua sivitas akademika dalam naungan Tuhan yang Esa.
Program Studi Diploma 3 Teknik Gigi.
Politeknik, wadah kebanggaan kita, mengantar dan harapan bangsa, menggapai cita-cita, mengabdi nusa, menatap dunia, teguh dan berdasarkan Pancasila dan ilmu perguruan tinggi dan mesti diramaian kesehatan utama.
Program Studi Diploma 3 dan Sarjana Terapan Teknik Elektronik.
Indonesia jaya, Poltekkes Jakarta 2, angkat janjimu, semua sivitas akademika dalam naungan Tuhan yang Esa. Politeknik, kesehatan Jakarta 2, dimantapkan kembangkan pengetahuan, membina insan dunia negara, membangun kesehatan, satukan visi, tingkatkan mutu.
Program Studi Diploma 3 Farmasi.
Berbakti di dalam kalbu, misi kemanusiaan dan abadi, dan mesti diramaian kesehatan utama, membangun Indonesia, Indonesia yang jaya, Poltekkes Jakarta 2, angkat janjimu.
Untuk menunjang proses pendidikan yang lebih efektif, Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta 2 memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap dan memadai. Fasilitas perpustakaan sebagai sumber utama penelusuran informasi dan dokumen bagi seluruh mahasiswa.
Mengantar dan harapan bangsa, menggapai cita-cita, mengabdi nusa, menatap dunia, teguh dan berdasarkan Pancasila dan ilmu perguruan tinggi dan mesti diramaian kesehatan utama, untuk membangun Indonesia, Indonesia yang jaya, Poltekkes Jakarta 2, angkat janjimu, semua sivitas akademika dalam naungan Tuhan yang Esa. Politeknik, kesehatan Jakarta 2, dimantapkan kembangkan pengetahuan, membina insan tunas negara, membangun kesehatan, Satukan visi, tingkatkan mutu, kita berdaya, terpatri di dalam kalbu, misi kemanusiaan dan abadi, dan mesti diramaikan, kesehatan utama.
Untuk mendukung penyelenggaraan pendidikan yang bermutu, Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta II berada di 3 lokasi strategis. Kampus A di Jalan Hang Jebat, Kebayoran Baru, Jakarta Selatan. Kampus B di Jalan Percetakan Negara, Jakarta Pusat. Dan Kampus C di Jalan Raya Ragunan, Pasar Minggu, Jakarta Selatan. Informasi lebih lanjut dapat dilihat di www.poltekkesjkt2.ac.id.
Such a great clip from Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta 2 profile. Information to our participants that for the first speakers will be started at 9:15. So, ladies and gentlemen, to fill the spare time, let's see the result of researchers from lecturers and students and the result of Pusat Unggulan Iptek Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy. Jumpo. Lah iya.
Kok makan dulu, kan Sarpi ulang tahun. Terakhir sama Mas Amir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, after we watch the clip of the result of researchers, now we are going to continuing our conference to the next agenda, which is to hear the great speakers will be moderated by Mrs. Atika Hendriani. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have to know about who is Mrs. Atika Hendriani. So she is a lecturer from Jurusan Teknik Elektromedik Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta, Head of Integrated Laboratory Unit at Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta. Chief Editor National Accredited Journal Sanitas Jurnal Poltekkes Jakarta 2, Sinta 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all the speakers and Mrs. Atika Hendriani. Okay, check. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Second International Hub Technology, held by Politeknik Kementerian Kesehatan Jakarta 2. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Atika Hendriani, and I will serve as your moderator on this first session. Okay, before we begin, let me briefly you our rule of discussion today. So we will have first speaker for this morning. First speaker is Prof. Deden Rukmana from Alabama A&M University. Sorry, we have a technical issue. First speaker is Prof. Deden Rukmana from Alabama A&M University. And second speaker, Dr. Wong Yoke Rung from National University of Singapore. Third speaker, Seth Martin MD, MHS from Johns Hopkins University, USA. And last speaker, Professor Byung Hwan Choi from Daegu Health College, South Korea. So since we only have two speakers that already joined our discussion today, which is Professor Deden Rukmana and Dr. Wong Yoke Rung. So we will begin the discussion with two speakers first, right? Okay, we will begin the presentation with two speakers, Prof. Deden Rukmana and Dr. Wong Yoke Rung. So while we are waiting for the two speakers to join our conversation today, we will begin the presentation with Prof. Deden and Dr. Wong Yoke Rung, sorry. Okay. So today all the presenter will talk about technological transformation and digitalization in health science. We have 1 hour and 40 minutes to first session. Each presenter will deliver the presentation for 20 minutes, and then we will follow by discussion, question and answer. So if you have questions, you can ask your question on chat box with tagar Q&A. Our team will collect the presentation and our team will collect the question. And then we will start the discussion. So without further ado, we will begin the presentation. Let's see the CV of Professor Deden Rukmana first. So this is the profile of Professor Deden Rukmana from Alabama University. Okay, everyone, you can read the profile on your screen. So, Prof. Deden, thank you for joining us this morning. I think that's it from Prof. Deden. Prof. Deden, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. You will manage the presentation by yourself, or our team will do it for you, sir?
Yes, I have my own presentation with me. Yes.
Okay. Prof. Deden will manage the presentation by himself. Okay, Prof. Deden, without further ado, time is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As you can know, that I'm Indonesian, even though I am here based in United States, but it's always good to be back to my home country, Indonesia, and share my experience and my knowledge with everyone in Indonesia. It's always a call for me to go back and present my work here. So I already prepared my presentation, so let me just pull up that presentation with you here. So everybody can see it, right?
Yes, we can see clearly, sir.
Very, very
Yes,
good.
the presentation, yeah.
So let me start with this, that my expertise, my background is urban planning. Urban planning is a discipline that I would say multidiscipline, interdiscipline, that cover many aspects of our life, of our urban life, including health. So that's why when I was invited to be presenting my work in this conference, and then of course the theme is about digital transformation. So that's why I come up with this title of my presentation, Digital Transformation and Healthy City. Because I know that this is a conference on health technology. So, and then my subtitle is from urban planning perspective. So how I present this digital transformation and healthy city from perspective of urban planning. So I will start with this. This is the transformation of urban populations or world populations. So you will see here the line, red line is population of urban areas in the world. And then the blue one is rural population. So you will see here that in the beginning, our world is more rural, but then our world is urbanizing. We have more population in urban areas. And in 2007, we have more urban populations than rural populations. And that growth of urban population is way faster than rural populations. We also need to say here that this chart is made last year, and then it's not really updated because, as you can recall, just a few weeks ago, our world, we have hit 8 billion population. So 8 billion population in 2022. So you will see here the chart is still expecting 8 billion way in 2025 or 2030. Okay. And then the pace of these populations is way faster. The 7 billion to 8 billion, we only reach in 12 years. So way, way faster to get additional 1 billion. So I will say here that our world is urbanizing because we have more people living in urban areas, and we'll have more people in that urban areas, and digitizing. So that's why it's something that I'm fully confident that our world is urbanizing and digitizing. So I will present this when we have this digitizing world. It is pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, we have boom of shared economy. So you have here shared economy for home sharing. We have Airbnb, right? And then ride sharing. In Indonesia, we have also Gojek, right? Or Lyft, Uber, right? So this is something that already started way before pandemic. And then e-commerce is also something that already started way before pandemic. So we have Amazon, everything is just you order by online. But then what happened with pandemic, that e-commerce is just accelerating. As you know, before pandemic, we don't really use Zoom. Barely. I use Zoom maybe in less than 5 times in a year. That's before pandemic. But when during pandemic, of course, we are doing this almost every day, right? Just like we are doing right now. So pandemic is accelerating that one. COVID-19 and spaces of urban life. So the rise of teleworking, so more people, instead of working from in the office, they're working from home. Expansion of e-commerce, right? We have more people now order things online, accelerating digital transformation in urban services, e-governance, telemedicine, right? So instead of meeting in person with the doctor, we can also do telemedicine. I know,
and then we will follow
many
by discussion, question and answer. So if you have
on education, increasing the need for public space. So because of this COVID, we need to have this distance. We need to have this a public space that where people can go outside, not just staying isolated in their house. And increasing the need for healthy transportation mode. So this is the thing that we observed during pandemic or until today, right? So how does the digitizing world lead to a better urban planning? So that's why now I like to bring this, how this digitized world lead to better urban planning. So I will start with this, the creation and adoption of new apps for smartphone. So for urban planning, because of this digitizing world, right, we have more apps in our phone, in our smartphone. There are site design apps. There's also community engagement apps. The way when we are doing site design, before digital world is manual, but now we have a digital world, is something, everything is easier. Same thing with community engagement. So we can engage community when we are doing urban planning through using these apps. The way we can reach out to our stakeholders and then engage with them with our urban planning process. Same thing with data apps, right? Social Explorer. So there are many data available, and then we can share, we can explore the data online. Data is available digital. Next is advancement of digital and web-based mapping. So the technology of mapping for urban planning is also improved. Transition from paper map to paperless map. We don't really need paper anymore. And then, of course, mapping technology is improved. The way we have this presentation or communication between a map maker and then map users is more active. Web-based map, GIS is the software that we are using when we are doing mapping in urban planning, geographic information system. So all this now is connected. People working in Jakarta, they can working together on the same platform, on the same system with somebody here in the US. So basically, there are many ways for us to communicate, to engage, to collaborate because of this digitized world. Okay, so I'm just giving you one example of the use of this digital world in urban planning and related with health. So I published these chapters in a book with my colleague here in Atlanta. The title is Exploring the Association Between Health Disparities and Neighborhood Characteristics. The case of diabetes mortality in these counties in Georgia, in Atlanta. So I am using the application of GIS, the application of digital data with regard to health disparities in counties in Atlanta and how neighborhood characteristics also relate with that health disparities. So this is the map of 2 counties in Atlanta. So using this data, we health department in state of Georgia, they have this data of number of people died of diabetes. So this map by census tract. So the geographical unit of these areas is census tract. Census tract is just like neighborhood. So you will see here that the area with darker, that area has more people died of diabetes. And a lighter, they have less victim of diabetes. So this data is available. So that's why with this digital world, we can do this. And then, of course, with the application of GIS, I can produce this map. Basically, this map is showing hotspot analysis. So I am comparing the mortality rate for white people compared with mortality rate for Black people in 2 counties in state of, in Atlanta. Yeah. And then using that maps, and I'm also running the statistics with this characteristic of neighborhood. Proportion of African American person below poverty level, person without health insurance, and so on and so forth. So you will see this data that's associated with census tract. And I am investigating whether this characteristic of neighborhood associated with mortality rate of people because of diabetes. And then this is the result of that physical activity is significant for white, same thing with black, but deprivation, so areas, quality of areas in these two counties where many black people lived, they are deprived neighborhood, and they are more likely to have mortality of diabetes. Okay. So this is the way we are using digital world, digital data to identify if the quality of neighborhood also relate with diabetes mortality. Okay. So next is the usage of social media platform for planning practices. So planners need to understand several things from the city residents. So social media, of course, we are doing this to connect with our friends, connect with our families, right? But social media can also be used for planning practices. So how we engage with stakeholders, how we engage with residents, we can also use social media planners. So like Twitter, Instagram, everything that using location-based social network. So we can use for planning purposes. So the technique used by planners to extract information from social media. So social media is information that that been used by planners to understand more about the areas, about the neighborhood, about the residents. Next is development of crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing is the leveraging the collective intelligence and wisdom of crowd through collecting ideas, content, and voices from social media platform. So because of this massive information through social media, we can also get some information, crowdsourcing, to understand better about that areas, about that cities, about that neighborhood. And then crowdsourcing is a possible and creative solution to the inefficient traditional urban planning. So this is also big way for urban planners to have this crowdsourcing. When I studied urban planning when I was student in Indonesia more than 30 years ago, of course, we did not have social media at that time. Everything is manual. But now in 2022, everything is here. That's why crowdsourcing or something that can be used for the purpose of urban planning. So that is the digital world that can be helpful, resourceful for urban planning. So we understand better about characteristics of areas because of digital world, just like I did with that counties in Atlanta. Now, how does the digital urban planning lead to healthier city? So I like to cite this word or statement from Executive Director of UN Habitat and also Director of World Health Organizations. So these two organizations, they publish a report. So let me read this. The way we plan and build our cities defines our quality of life. It affects not only the quality of our living space and transport, but also the air we breathe, the water we drink, and our access to nutritious food, education, healthcare services, and employment. So you will see here how urban planning relate closely or strongly with our health. Not just talking about space and transportation, but also talking about the air we breathe, water we drink, and the food we eat. So next is this chart showing us how urban planning, when we are dealing with spatial planning, resources, land use, urban form, transportation, open space, is closely related with public health. We can create, shape the future of our neighborhood, our city, to create, to develop more or healthier neighborhoods, healthier city. So how we use spatial plan to protect from harm, air pollution, promote health, and provide services. So we are dealing with physical health, mental health, and health equity. So that's why what I'm trying to say here, with this transformation of digital, it relates to urban planning. It helps to better urban planning. And now we know here how urban planning also relate with public health that can shape the future of public health. So healthy urban life is something that we like to achieve, maintaining a work-life balance, provide more public space for the health and welfare of the residents, accelerating access to digital transformation to all levels of society, and reducing inequality and promoting social justice. So this is something that I like to advocate. So when we have this digital world, we also need to make sure that we reduce inequality and promoting social justice. Just like my research in Atlanta, so you will see that there is racial injustice there, that people, white people, they live in better neighborhood, better areas than black people. And it relates with the rate of mortality by diabetes. So at that end of my presentation. So thank you very, very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Deden. What an interesting topic about digitizing our world. I can imagine the city with the digitalization environment. So I would like to ask you to wait for a minute because we will continue to our second speaker, Dr. Wong Yoke Rung. After Dr. Wong Yoke Rung finish the presentation, we will have a discussion. So okay. To all our participants, I know you have a question, but please do not raise your hand because our team will collect the question from chat box. Okay, let me say hi to Dr. Wong Yoke Rung from National University of Singapore. Sir, are you here? Have you joined the conversation?
Hi. Hey, hello. Hi.
Okay. Technical team, can you highlight the Mr. Wong Yoke Rung? Can you highlight Dr. Wong Yoke Rung? Okay, we have Dr. Wong Yoke Rung from National University of Singapore. Sir, you will present the presentation and manage your presentation by yourself?
Yes, yeah. I will manage from my end.
Okay, you have about 20 minutes, and then we will have a discussion with also with Prof. Deden Rukmana. So without further ado, let's see the CV of Dr. Wong Yoke Rung first. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the CV of Dr. Wong Yoke Rung from National University of Singapore. Okay, that's enough. Dr. Wong Yoke Rung will deliver the biomechanics of flexor tendon repair. Okay. Dr. Wong Yoke Rung, you can deliver the presentation 20 minutes from now. You have 20 minutes starting from now. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So maybe let me share my screen. So yeah, so can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see, sir.
Okay. Let me see whether I can turn on my. Okay, yeah. So first of all, yeah, I'd like to thank the organizers for your invitations to give this talk during this seminar. Yeah, so a bit about myself. So my name is Wong Yoke Rung. Yeah, I'm from SGH, Singapore General Hospital. Yeah, but because I also have an adjunct appointment from NUS, National Universities of Singapore, as an assistant professor. Yeah, so my research background is mainly in biomechanics of hard and soft tissue. So soft tissues is like vessel tendons, like nerve, yeah, and also other soft tissues such as bladder. And for hard tissues, definitely is a bone. So the research is mainly involved in the biomechanical testing of hard and soft tissues in order to find out the biomechanical performance of the, for example, after we repair the vessel tendons, you want to know that what is the biomechanical performance, whether it can withstand the load or whether it can survive throughout the healing process. So today's my focus will be on the biomechanics points of views rather than the biomechanical, rather than the biological concerns. Mainly is the tendon healing. So let me. So I will talk a bit about the reviews on the biomechanics of vessel tendons, and then is about the vessel tendons repair techniques. The common use of the biomechanical tests to evaluate the vessel tendons repair, and also the future developments of the vessel tendons repair. Okay, so a bit about the anatomies of our hand. Yeah, so if you look at the palms of our hands, right, if you zoom in a little bit, So you will look at the constructs of our the tendon system. So it consists of the sheath, which you can see that there's a numbers labels as A1, A2, and C1, C2. So those are known as a sheath. So and sometimes you also call it as a pulley. The reason is because the tendons is usually go underneath the sheath, and the tendons will be attached to various joints such as the PIP joint and the DIP joint. So the whole systems, right, it will work as like a mechanical system, the mechanical pulley system, that when we extend and retract the tendons, it will, at the same time, you will move the fingers, whether it's extend or it's flex. So we, rather than that, right, we also try to divide the areas of the whole tendon systems, right, into a various area. We will divide it from the tips of the fingers all the way to the wrist, and known as zone 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And particularly, we always pay more attention at the zone 2. And the reason is because if you look at the bottom parts, right, at the zone 2 area, our tendons construct is quite complicated in the sense that we at the palms of the at the palm hands we will have two types of tendons. One is the FDS, the flexors digitorum superficialis, and the other one is known as the FDP, the flexors digitorum profundus. So at zone 2, right, these two tendons it will cross each other, and the FDS it will have split into two, whereby the two ends of this split FDS it was insert and attached to the DIP joint. Sorry, attached to the PIP joint, whereby the FDP, the ends of the FDPs, it will extend and it will attach to the DIP joints. So when we retract these two tendons, right, it will help to bend the fingers from the DIP joints and PIP joints separately. So that's why you can do this kind of reaction. You can do this kind of movement, and you can also do this kind of movement. Yeah, that's why all this happens at the zone 2 area. And when we do research on the flexor tendons repairs, right, we always know these zone 2 areas as the no man's land. The reason is because when you have injuries on the tendons, right, especially at the zone 2, it's very difficult for the surgeons to perform the flexor tendon repair. So that's why in the old days we call it a no man's land because it's very difficult to access and to perform the repair. But obviously nowadays, because of the advance of technologies and the advance of the surgical skill, now it's no more an issue. So later on, we will take a look on how this flexor tendon repair techniques has been advanced and help the surgeons to perform the repair. Let's take a look on some biomechanical properties of our tendon. So as you can see, right, the bone insertions of the tendons, right, is high, because the force is about 516 Newton. And the ultimate tensile strength of one tendon, it can go up to more than 1,000 Newton. So you can imagine that because each of the fingers, right, have two pairs of tendon. So one finger, it can minimally take up to 1,000 Newton based on the bone insertions force. So we have 5 fingers. Each fingers can take up to 1,000 Newton. So 5 fingers actually is 5,000 Newtons, which is 5 times 5 is 2,000 and 500 Newton, which is 250 kg. So that's why our hands is mechanically sounds strong, and we can always perform various kinds of sport. Like for example, like these monkeys. He can just only use even just one hand or just one leg to hang itself on the rope. Other informations about the tendons, such as that when we do unresisted and resisted fractions at the DIP joint or the whole fingers, right? Just to flex the DIP joint, you will take it will require about I mean that the tendons will be subjected to about 30 newtons of force. Where we do a resistor active fractions, then the force can go up to 120 newtons. And because of the movements of, because when we try to bend the fingers, right, we need to retract and extend the tendon. So that will involve the movements of the tendons in the sheath. I will call it a tendons excursion. So at different joint positions, right, the movements of the tendons will vary. So it will change from 5 millimeters up to 23 millimeter. So all these non-performance of the tendons, right, is critical, especially when we consider the to do the repairs on the flexor tendon, because all these factors, right, it will affect the biomechanical performance of the flexor tendon repair. And why we need to do the flexor tendon repair? Yeah, essentially, when we have a flexor tendon injury due to a cut, a penknife cut, or a crush in an accident, a lot of times, right, the tendons will be torn into two parts. So, because these tendons, right, the properties of tendons is like a rubber band. So you know that rubber bands, if you apply some tensile loadings on the rubber band and you cut across the centers of the rubber band, the two ends of the rubbers, right, you will retract and you will pull apart. So similarly to the flexor tendon, where we have a cut, especially the 100% transverse cut at the tendon, the two ends of the tendons, right, it will retract, which will make it impossible for the tendon to heal. That's why we need to do the repair, which is that you make use of the suture material to bring the two ends of the tendons together, to meet together, so that it can promote tendon healing. There's a challenge at the problems that within the flexor tendon repair, and one of them, right, is the tendon rupture. So tendon ruptures meaning to say that if there's a failure of the repair due to the suture break, due to the suture snap, or it could be due to the suture that pull out from the tendon, or it can be even due to the knot that been tightened, right? It is unraveled. Then the repair ruptures will happen, and these complications, right, it will cause a lot of the other issues, such as like the infections, like the tendons being pulled apart, and it will jeopardize the tendon healing. So that's why this is the big issues in the tendon rupture, or the repair rupture is the big challenge in the tendon repair. So in order to achieve the optimum flexor tendons repairs outcomes, Strickland, a famous researcher, and he is also a medical doctor. So he highlighted about the what are the considerations or the requirements to achieve an ideal flexor tendon repairs. So he mentions that the sutures has to be easy placed on the tendon, and the knots has to be secure to prevent a knot unraveling, a loosening of the knot, and it has to have a smooth joint between the tendon end to prevent high grinding, or the grindings, or the move resistance when the tendons, especially the repair side, when you move inside the sheath. A minimum gap, yeah, this is important. If we have more than 2 or 3 mm, the gaps in between the two ends of the tendons, right, the research found that it is almost like impossible for the tendons to heal. And also, we don't want the sutures to have a lot of interference with the vascularity, so that we can have continuous nutrient supplies to the tendons to promote healing. And the last is the repair has to be strong enough, so that the patients, right, it can go for the early active rehabilitation. Yeah. Also to promote the healing. So in order to achieve the ideas repair outcomes, right, these are the factors that we always consider. That there are quite a number of them, such as the core sutures, and what kinds of the loopings that you make, and the length of the sutures, the suture size is suture calibers. It refers to the suture size, the diameters of the suture, and where you put the knot, what kinds of materials that you use for the suture, and whether there is any special techniques called the peripheral suture techniques. And then the last will be how to evaluate the grinding resistance when the tendons move within the sheath. So later on, I will go through all of these in detail. Okay, so let's look at the first factors, which is the core suture. So you can look at the repair techniques that shown here, right? It is quite simple in the sense that we only have the sutures. Usually, is a single string or single strand that it will have two strands pass through the repair site. So I try to sorry, because I tried to find the pointer, but I couldn't find the pointer here. So maybe you just look at the repair A. You can see that the suture, right, we will only have two strings that passing through the two ends of the tendon. So, which means that we will have two strands of femoral tendon repair. And in the old days, back to early 20th centuries, right, most of the repairs are similar to the repair technique A. Yeah, because we back then, as I said, that especially in the Zone 2 repairs, right, it's very difficult to assess, and also due to the limitations of the suture material and the suture types. So we have a very simple repair, and most of them are two strands repaired. When is so when it comes to the later times, right, you can see that the repairs start to getting more complicated. Yeah, and we have a multi-strand repair. For repair technique A, we have 4 strands because there are 4 springs that are passing through the repair end, the tendon end. B also 4 strands. And if you look at a more complicated repair, such as like the G, we will have a 6 strand. Yeah, this is thanks to the advance of the technologies that we have the better sutures, and then we have a better access of the repair site. So that's why we can develop a more and more complicated repair technique, which is having more strength. And why we want to have more strengths? Technically, when we have 2 strengths, right, the strength of the repair is proportional to the numbers of the strengths that we have. I think this is a common sense. That's why when we have a more strength, then the repair strength will be higher. And another factors will be the loop. So the commonly used loops are locking loops and the grasping loop. So the grasping loop is defined as when we apply the tensions on the 2 ends of the sutures, right? It will not tighten, it will not crisp on the tendon fiber, but rather than it will slip through. Whereby compared to the locking loops, right, when we pull from the 2 ends of the sutures, it will tend to tighten fiber, the tendon fiber, and it will tend to cut through the tendon fiber as well if the force is extremely high. Research found that the locking loop is more preferable. The reasons is that because just now you can see that for grasping strike, the loop will tend to slide through the tendon fiber. So it will not apply more force to have a more secure grippings on the tendon fiber as compared to the locking. But bear in mind that when we have locking loops, right, if the suture strength is much stronger than the tendon fiber, and when the pulling force is high enough, right, we will have the problems that the loops will cut through the tendon fiber. So that's why we have to strike at the balance that whether we have a very strong suture, and we try to avoid to use the locking loops because the higher force it will cut through the tendon fiber, which will cause more injuries to the tendon. And the types and size, not only that we consider the locking or the grasping loops, right? We just look at the locking loops itself, right? We also have other variations, such as that we can, if we look at the Becker repairs, we can have multiple loops. The reason is that the more loops we have, right, then we have a stronger grasping force. And so that's why there are many of them that we can use. Depends on the evaluations, the assessments of the surgeons, during the repair. And the next ones will be the suture purchase. So the suture purchase, right, is defined as the length from the loop to the ends of the tendon. And the research have found that the optimum range is 7 to 10 mm. The reason is that when we have a shorter distance, right, the loop, it will tend to pull up. Pull up means to say that this loop, it will slowly cut through the tendon and eventually it will come out from the tendon end. And when we have a long enough distance, right, then we will have a suture rupture. Suture ruptures is that the snap of the suture will snap when it is under the tensile loading. And this kind of failure modes, right, is the preferable failure modes because we don't want repair rupture. We don't want the suture to pull out, which will damage the tendon. But we want the suture rupture. And you can see, like, we can also have many variations also. Usually 30, 40, 60 are commonly used. So what's the meanings of 30, 40, and 60? So this, when we have a smaller numbers, like for example 30s, the size of the sutures is the largest. And when the number getting bigger, right, the size is the diameters is getting smaller. Yeah. And usually for flexor tendon repair, we prefer use of 4/0 because just now when we talk about the ideal repair requirements, right, we want the sutures to be strong enough, which is it refer to a bigger diameters of suture, but yet we want it to be small enough so that it will not affect the vascularity. Because when we have a bigger sutures, right, it will reduce the contact or the contact areas at the repair site. So it will affect the vascularity. So that's why we try to strike at the balance. And 4/0s, it seems to be the best. And the placements of nodes, and research also found that when we have minimum numbers of the nodes, such as like the original cruciates that we only have the one node, and or we can have different placements of the node, whether it is in between the tendon end, is called the intratendinous node, or we can put it on the surface of the tendons, such like this modified limb size repair technique, and this is also called the extratendinous node. So when we have a different placements of the nodes, right, research found that the extratendinous nodes, right, it will have a stronger repair strength. For suture materials, ideally, right, it has to be very strong. It has a high tensile strength, and it must be easy to handle. That means that it cannot be too rough, and also it cannot be like too rigid, and it's not extendable. That means that it's not like the rubber, that it can be very elastic, and then it must be easily noded. That means that it must be can be easily made a node. So in the past, right, the repair always make use of the metal wire. Yeah, but because we know that the metal wires, right, is very rigid. Yeah, although it has a high tensile strength. So as the advance in the in making a better suture materials, so we move away from the metal sutures and into the polymer sutures. So such as nylon, and such as the polyester. The good thing about the nylons and the polyesters is that because they are polymers, so they are more flexible and easy to handle. Yeah, but they also have the problem, such as like their tensile strength is much lower, and then they tends to be elastic because they are polymer, they are plastic. So that's why we have these braided polyesters, because when we braid the string of the very small, tiny polymer strings, right? Then we will reduce the elasticity, and we can improve the tensile strength while we maintain the flexibilities of the material. And as move on, right, nowadays we also looking at the absorbable types of suture, and another new types of sutures is known as is called the knotless suture. And in the future, perhaps that we might try to look at more advanced technique that we can do the repair without the suture, and we'll call it a sutureless repair. And peripheral suture techniques, also known as epitendinous repair, is that on top of the core suture repairs, right, we will make use of the smaller sutures to smoothen out the joints of the two ends. The reason is to reduce the grinding resistance. Yeah, when this repair site, right, it undergoes the shift. So there are different types also, but I think right now, right, not much research is done on the peripheral suture, because the reason is because in the old days, these peripheral suture techniques, right, it will help to increase the repair strength. But because nowadays that we have a much stronger suture material, as well as a better core repair technique. That's why the purpose of this peripheral suture techniques is only just to tidy up the tendons, and is not and to improve the grinding resistance. But however, it doesn't help much into the repair strength improvement. So the grinding resistance, as I mentioned, is that when the tendons move within the shift, right, it will because when the move due to the movements, it will cause a grinding resistance, which it will make the tendons hardest to move within the shift. Yeah. So this is one of the important factors that we need to consider, because when we have a repair, the repair site, we will tend to it will be inflamed because due to the tendon healing, and also because of the repair when you try to bring the two ends or join together. So this is one of the factors that we want to evaluate for every repair technique. Yeah. So after we know about the ideal repair vessel tendon repair requirements, and also the factors that will affect the biomechanical performance of the tendon repair. So now we look at the commonly used test to evaluate the repair. The first ones will be the tensile testing, whereby we just put the specimens onto the mechanical clamp, and the mechanical clamps, right, it will be mounted to a standard mechanical tester, and these specimens, it will be pulled apart, and the tensile strength will be measured. And another type is that we will also like to look at the fatigue of the repair. That's why we conduct the cyclic testing, whereby we apply the sinusoidal load on the specimen according to the load that is expected during the rehab protocol. Then we will apply it to extend to the numbers of cycle to look at the biomechanical performance of the repair as well. So we also have a special design and developed by the manufacturers of the mechanical tester. That this is called the ICoHT and ion jigs that we use to test the suture strength, because we know that the suture strength itself, right, is one of the important factors that we need to know. Yeah, when we developed a new vessel tendon repair technique. And how we evaluate the biomechanical performance of the repair, the vessel tendon repair. So we look at the load, the tensile load versus the displacement. Yeah, when the specimen is pulled apart. And we also measure the gradients of the curve. So we look at the repair stiffness, and we look at the UTS, the ultimate tensile strength, which will define the repair strength. And we can also look at the stress and the strength of the repair. So for cyclic test, right, we usually look at the survival rate. So meaning to say that when we apply a numbers of cycles, we perform a numbers of cycles or tests on the specimens, right? We would like to see like throughout the whole sample size, how many samples can survive according to the numbers of the cycles that we apply. Yeah, and we also would like to know that how does the gap formation it will happen throughout the test. So the next ones will be the grinding resistant testing. We managed to develop a special testing device that to look at the cadaver fingers, that we can like put the cadaver fingers on our device, and we can perform the vessel tendon repairs on the FDP tendon. Then after that, we can apply the tension to the tester, and to look at the grinding resistance of the tendon repair. Yeah. So I would like to show you a small video clip on how this test is being conducted. Okay, I think I a bit overrun. So I think in the next few slides I will be a bit faster. So the future developments, right? We just now we mentioned I mentioned about that the idea vessel tendon repairs requirements is based on this a few point. But moving forwards, right, we would like to put I mean the research nowadays the research seems more focused on these three areas: the easy placements of the suture, the more secure suture nodes, and also the strong enough repair strength to stand the earlier motions stress. Because based on the research, we know that when we go through the early active rehabilitations, the maximum force that will be exerted on the tendons, right, is not more than 30 newtons. So on the other end, one of the other research also found that because the tendon healings will take up to 6 weeks. And at the second week after the post-op, after the post-op, right, the second week, the repair strength will usually drop by half. That's why based on these two figures, right, we can work out that the minimum requirements for the repair strength is at least 16 Newton. So to target on the easy placements of the sutures and also the strong enough to stand earlier motion stress, right? We have developed a new repair technique. It's called the asymmetric repair. So you would like to ask that why there is another mechanical pulley systems that being put on the right side. Because if you compare these two diagrams, right, you will notice that the how we suture, how we place the sutures, right, it looks like how the pulleys are formed in this pulley system. In this pulley system, we have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 pulley, and on the asymmetrics, right, if you try to do a comparison, you will notice that the sutures, right, when it go around, it will form one pulley. So in this case, right, this asymmetric repair, it also consists of the 3 pulleys. And for this pulley system, as we know that why we have this pulley system is that we try to to lift up a more heavier load with just a smaller load because of the mechanical advantage. So in this case, we also try to make use of that mechanical advantage so that the sutures, right, it can take up a higher load, and then it can improve the repair. It can improve the repair strength. So the research found that with this kind of asymmetric repair, based on the particular suture types that we use, is the 4/0 nylon suture. It can withstand up to 63.3 newtons force, which is more than which is just enough because it's just above the 60 newtons, which is just above the requirements of the minimum repair strength. So another one is the secure suture nodes. I say that because we want to achieve secure nodes, right? So how about that we developed sutures that without making a node? Then we will avoid all the problems that due to the node, such as the node unraveling. That's why we have these new types of sutures called the V-loop. So V-loop is the bulb suture. So the bulb sutures is that along the sutures, right, you will have a small cut that made like inverted hook that along the whole sutures. When we doing if you look at the diagram B, right, where we do the repair, all the bulbs, right, when we go through the tendons, we will open up and hook on the tendon. So at the end of the repairs, we don't need to make any node. And the research also found that this type of repairs, right, it can also achieve more than 60 Newton. Yeah, I think, sorry, yeah, that's all about my slides. And I happy to take question. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wong Yokero, for the interesting topic. So we'll continue to the discussion. I already have questions here. Actually, I have 3 questions for Prof. Deden and one question for Dr. Wong Yokeru. Prof. Deden. Okay, I will read the question first for Prof. Deden. After that, Prof. Deden will answer the question. We have 3 questions for you, sir. You want me to read all the questions one by one, and then you can answer it one by one, or how you want to answer it?
Yeah, I'll answer one by one.
Okay, one by one. Okay, I have 3 questions for Prof. Deden. First question is from Felix Tahir from PTGI Makassar, Indonesia. Yeah. The question is, do you have data on patients who previously have no history of diabetes, but after being exposed to COVID-19 virus, the patient then diagnosed with diabetes? If yes, what are the triggers? Are you clear with the question from Deden?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. You may answer the question in English.
Yes, so...
Yeah. Okay, yes, Prof. Deden, please.
First, thank for the question.
Yeah.
I appreciate that question. Of course, the short answer is no, I do not have that data.
Yeah.
The reason is because my work was pre-pandemic. It published in 2019. So just one year before pandemic. But I like to share again this presentation. The way we can also learn from what we have here in the US from for us in Indonesia, right? May I share my screen?
Yeah, of course, you may.
So I am going back to my presentation here. So this is my paper. Like I said, it published in it's published in 2021, but the data was retrieved pre-pandemic, right? This data is for all mortality of diabetes, regardless Black, white, or Asian, or Native American. But this is the data. The darker means that more people died of diabetes in that area. And then this map showing the disparities. Yeah. So for white people, can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, for white people, they have more death in this area and in this area, but not many over here. But for Black, is over here more. And then one thing that I like to also show is, are these rate of mortality relate with characteristic of neighborhood? The answer is here. So that's why I come up with these variables. And then what I can say here is, if we can also retrieve data, COVID, and we connect that COVID with this data, maybe we can answer that questions. Okay. So my point here is, with this digital world, if we retrieve data and then we aggregate the data by geographical unit, so in this case it's census tract, we can always answer that type of questions. with the note that the COVID-19 data also break down by the same geographical unit. That's something that we need to do to answer that question. Okay, so my point that I like to share here is, if we have this digital world and data breakdown by the geographical unit, we can always do a lot of things with this analysis. Okay, so that's why this is the result of my work on that diabetes mortality and and then characteristic of neighborhoods, and I break down by white and black residents. Okay, that's answer for the first question. Maybe the next question.
Thank you, Prof. Deden. We still have two more questions. Second question is from Poltekkes Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Tanjung Pinang, from Ms. Harven Sika and Rinaldi. So the question is, how's health equity applied in US and how it will be in Indonesia? Are you clear with the question, sir? How's health equity applied in US?
Yes.
Yeah, and how it maybe she need a comparison equity health in US and Indonesia. Okay, sir, please.
Yes, very, very good. Okay. So that's why health equity, this is something that big here in the US. Why? Because the history of this country is very much just like that, you know. We have slavery at one point here, and then that discrimination based on color of skin, right? Just only in 1965, right? Civil rights movement here, but still that happening until today. So that's why in the US, when you're talking about health equity, there are many layers, but I would say the most important layers here is based on race, because of the history of this country. But of course, there are many layers in terms of equity, gender, age, geographical area, so many layers in terms of health equity. Okay, so, but like I said, like my work in that Atlanta, so I'm using that based on race, right? White and black. And something that I like also to mention here. May I also present another presentation that I just presented in University of Indonesia a couple of weeks ago.
Of course, you may, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
So I have this one. So let me also share this with you, because there is question about how we apply in Indonesia, right? Okay, so this is my slide that I presented on University of Indonesia in September. I was there in person. So basically, it is also I would say to promote my new book, right? Routledge Handbook of Urban Indonesia. So why I'm doing this? Okay, so this is the book that just published in August 2022. Racial Injustice and Black Lives Matters. This is something happening in US for very long time, right? Racial injustice. That's why when you have that racial injustice and then we relate this health equity, that health equity is with layers of race. It's happening here in the US. So that's why when you're talking about United States, of course, this country is advanced country, right? Developed country, but in many ways, they also need to learn. They need also have homework need to be done. That also including with racial injustice and relate to health equity. because health equity is also an issue because of this racial injustice. So why I'm saying this? Because there's another work that I did this in the US. So I on the right side, that's what I represented here. But another side, homelessness. I also work on homelessness in the US, in the US context. So homelessness also have an issue with equity in many ways, with gender, with income, with geographical location, access to resources, and so on and so forth, and housing, of course, right? So basically, US also has a lot of problems, including health equity. Now, how we relate this to Indonesia? That's why I'm proudly present this, because with this book, I also have chapters from Indonesian cities. The case with this is what we can learn from Indonesian cities to contribute to the scholarship of urban planning. So relate also with health equity. So what I can say here is this: kampung. Most of the time, people see kampung as a problem. Most of the time, people see kampung is the area in urban Indonesia that need to be removed, need to be relocated to other part. No, that's not the case. Because we also see issues with health equity in kampung or urban Indonesia. What I can say here from this book is we also need to integrate kampung in urban planning in Indonesia. That also means that if we see health equity issues in urban planning, in urban areas in Indonesia, we will need also to integrate health quality for kampung resident. So this is something that I like to promote, I like to advocate in this. So what we can learn in the US, we have health equity many layers, particularly with race. For Indonesia, health equity also, of course, there are some areas, particularly with low income kampung, they have more prevalence of health issues. So we need also to work and integrate that kampung with urban development in Indonesia. Okay, so there's something with how we learned from health equity in the US, and then how we relate with Indonesian context. So that's my answer for the second question.
Very informative answer, sir. I will move on to last question for Prof. Deden. Yeah, I will read for you. From Fitri Handayani, Poltekkes Jakarta 2. Question is, how digital transformation in urban planning become big data and used in policy of health city?
Very good question.
Yeah,
this is the future of urban research. So we call it urban informatics. There is no such sub-discipline 5 or 10 years ago. Urban informatics. So this is a big thing. Just started like a couple years ago. That also because of digitalization of everything. So now we have what we call big data. Everything we can work, we can analyze from big data. Big data is everywhere, I would say. Just from social media or from data that available out there from digital world, there are so many informations. That's why it's also talking about privacy too, right? Because if you release that information without your consent, it also become issue with privacy. When you are when you are posting or share story on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, right? Those companies, they know about you, what you like, what you search. That type of information can be retrieved and can be big data. So that's why it's the future of our world, big data, urban informatics. That's why there are now discipline, sub-discipline, just to improve, enhance in that particular subject of urban planning or urban studies.
Okay, I hope you clear with the answer, Ms. Fitri Handayani. What an interesting topic with the era we fulfill with the massive information. We also facing the security of our data, our privacy data. Thank you very much, Prof. Deden. That's all the question for you. I will continue to read the question for Wong for Yoke Rung. We have two questions. First question is from Sinta, Poltekkes Jakarta 2. The question is, before doing tendon treatment, what kind of diagnostic examination to confirm clinical case? Whether an MRI is the best examination to support that? Are you clear with the question? Yeah. What treatment we have to do first? Okay, you can answer, sir, please.
Okay, so for pre-diagnosis of tendon injuries, right, we usually use ultrasound instead of using an MRI. Yeah, because we know that MRI is because ultrasound and MRI, they are both a non-invasive diagnosis technique, and for MRI is much more expensive, yeah, in terms of cost as compared to the ultrasound. So in the clinic, when the hand surgeons, right, to diagnose the conditions of the tendons, they will apply the ultrasound, yeah, which is a much cheaper way, and also it will give it's also capable to give a quite clear image on the tendon. Yeah, so I think that's my answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. I still have another question for you.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is from, I don't have the name here. So the question is, you mentioned before that the ideal flexor tendon repair, we need healthy and strong tendon. Can we implement the procedure for elderly people or geriatric patients? Because we know that elder people tend to develop sarcopenia and function degradation of muscle joint.
Oh, okay.
Clear with the question, sir? Okay.
So this is about the aging problems.
Yeah, okay, aging problems.
Yeah. So I mean, these are two separate issues. For flexor tendon repair, so why we, as I said, why we do flexor tendon repair is because due to the injury happens on the tendons when the tendons is being torn apart and separated into two pieces. Yeah, so this is considered as a orthopedic trauma case, and the surgeon need to apply immediate treatment, such as like the tendon repair, to bring the two ends of the tendon together and to promote the tendon healing. However, for the questions that you asked, right, is because of aging. So aging is not because of injury or it's not because of trauma. It's a natural process of the humans as we age. So all our organs, including tendons, right, the functionalities and the performance, it will degrade, yeah, as time goes by. So the approach will be another types of approach that we try to improve the muscle strength of the elderly, yeah, and what we are talking the informations that and the topics that we are talking about today is right. I don't think is applicable to elderly. Yeah. So I think that's my question. Sorry, that's my answer for the question.
Okay. We still have another question for Yoke Room from Indra, Poltekkes Jakarta 2. The question is, what kind of technology about tendon? Because for that measure tendon, we use electromyograph (EMG).
As I mentioned when I answer the first questions, right? We say that we use ultrasound. To do the non-invasive diagnosis and measurements on the tendon. So EMG is the sensor that we use to measure the muscle reaction. So when we have because the EMG, we will receive the firing signals from the muscle when the muscle is start to move. So put it this way, for tendon, I mean for other tissues that in the hands, right? Mostly we use ultrasound, but for MRI is more inner organs, like such as stomach or such like a cardiac, heart, gallbladder, kidney, and for EMG, right? We use it for muscle activation. If you want to know that whether which group, because for our hands itself, it consists of 26 different groups of muscle, and for every single movement, right, different it will be. That it will be achieved by different group of muscles movement. So that's why when we want to know that when we perform some activities during the rehabilitation process, right? We want to know that which muscles groups has been activated. Then we will use the EMG sensor, to measure. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Wong. Okay, that's all the question. I have read all the question. Before we end this session, I would like to highlight some points from Prof. Deden Rukmana that we know that this era we need digitizing world that is lead us to big data that very informative and also very useful to make a decision for our government, especially in healthcare. And also a point from Dr. Wong Yoke Room that that repair tendon we need examination from ultrasound that is cheaper. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our first session from with Prof. Deden Rukmana and Dr. Wong Yoke Room. I'm so sorry. I always misspelling your name. That's hard for me to spell your name.
You can just call me Wong.
Much easier for you. Okay. Let me call you Wong. Okay. Our team will give you the certificate of presentation. Technical team, can you present the presentation for Prof. Deden and Wong? Okay, this is from Prof. Deden. Thank you very much, Prof. Deden Rukmana. We hope to see you again on another opportunity on our conference. Okay, online applause for Prof. Deden. Okay, second certificate from Poltekkes Jakarta 2 to Dr. Wong. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wong. This is the end of our first session. It is okay for you to leave the conversation because we will continue to another two speakers.
Okay,
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Makasih, Pak Deden.
Thank you.
Wong, thank you very much, Wong.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Prof. Deden. Have a nice day.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to second session, we have two speakers. Maybe you can have refreshment. Maybe you can have some coffee or snack. Okay. For our second session, we have Seth Martin, MD, MHS from Johns Hopkins University, USA. Will deliver the topic Digital Health Technology in Diabetes and CV Disease. And Prof. Byung Hwan Choi from Daegu Health College, South Korea, with the topic the readiness of dental technicians of facing the digitalization era for the manufacturers of dentures. Seth and Byung Hwan Choi already joined with us here. Can you spotlight our two speakers, please? Spotlight the two speakers, please. Okay, this is, hello, Seth. Hello, Seth, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, everybody.
Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Atika Hendriani. I'm from Poltekkes Jakarta 2. I will serve as moderator on our second session. So you with Prof. Byung Hwan Choi. Can you spotlight Byung Hwan Choi, please? Technical tip, can you spotlight? Okay, we have Byung Hwan Choi from Daegu Health University, South Korea here. So the rule of our discussion today is we will start the presentation with Seth for 20 minutes, and we'll continue with Byung Hwan Choi for also 20 minutes. And after Byung deliver the presentation, we will have a discussion and question and answer. So for all participants, if you have question, you can type your question on chat box. Our team will collect the question, and I will read the question at our discussion. So we will start with Seth Martin, but first let's see the CV of Seth Martin. Okay, we already have Byung Hwan Choi. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Okay, later. I will ask her later. Okay, here is the CV of Seth Martin, MD in HS from Johns Hopkins University, USA. I cannot read the. Okay, zoom a little. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Tim. Okay, Seth, you can start the presentation. We have 20 minutes from now. You want to manage the presentation by yourself, or our team will do it for you?
I can manage it myself. Thank you so much.
Okay, you may manage by yourself. Okay, you may start right now.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I have it's a pleasure to join you all. I have quite a bit of content, but I'll go quickly through it, but certainly look forward to discussion. I know it's November 29th there. It's still the end of November 28th on here in the US in Baltimore. So it's a pleasure to join you, and I feel like I'm almost kind of like back in time or something because I'm a little bit behind you in terms of the date. These are my disclosures and objectives. So it's really exciting to see what you're considering in Indonesia in terms of health technology transformation. My goal is to discuss the emerging role of digital health tech in advancing patient-centered diabetes and heart disease care, and to recognize opportunities to address disparities in diagnosis, treatment, and prevention through the use of innovative technology. It was great to hear the prior discussion on health equity, which is really a big focus that we have in our team as well. So clearly, as you all are recognizing and considering the strategies you'll take in Indonesia, we're clearly moving to this tech-enabled future where the patient's even more squarely at the center. There's a chance to use new data streams to collaborate to improve health outcomes, improve the costs of care, and have a more satisfying overall experience. And this is a chart that really recognizes that much of future care will be outside the hospital, with only maybe about 10% of care in the hospital, and then a lot of care with hospitals at home as well as in the community and smart enabled care. These are just a couple definitions of digital health from the FDA and NIH. There's a variety of definitions out there, but it's basically the convergence of computing power, connectivity, sensors, and software. And we're talking about generally using mobile phones, possibly connected with wearable devices and other connected health devices like Bluetooth-enabled blood pressure monitors. When I was a cardiology fellow, we were using old school pedometers like this, and there's been this then rapid revolution of digital health technologies connected to the smartphone. And we summarized the breadth of smart wearable devices in this review article. It was led by the first medicine resident that I had the pleasure of mentoring, Dr. Mohammed El-Shazli. He's now a faculty cardiologist. And this article in Nature Review Cardiology really goes through all the different sensors and measurements and potential clinical applications, much of which is in the world of cardiology. So we're working within our Hopkins Center for Mobile Tech to achieve equity in cardiovascular health. This is a center that's funded by the American Heart Association. And we have these core principles, equity first, so that very much aligns with the discussion earlier on health equity, complete solutions spanning diagnosis to management, and really meeting patients with solutions that don't address just one risk factor, but really the broader goals for their health. Strength and teamwork, we're partnering with our patients and many different disciplines within our university to achieve our goals and aiming for impact at scale within our country in the US, but ultimately scale around the country, and really always have an open mind towards international collaboration to have bi-directional learnings and achievements. I'm a core faculty member in our Johns Hopkins Center for Health Equity, where we really strive to give every person an opportunity to achieve optimal health, regardless of all these different factors. And this illustration really speaks to the need not for one-size-fits-all solutions. It's not about giving everybody the same solution, but about providing tailored solutions that give everyone that equal opportunity. So clearly, smartphones have been a very penetrating technology, and these are some data from the Pew Research Center that show that not only are they very common amongst diverse people, but there's wide use of smartphones for searching about health conditions. However, there's so much more we could do to leverage technology beyond searching to actually help our patients track their health and intervene or manage their conditions. Even amongst patients at risk or with established cardiovascular disease, smartphone ownership is very high. However, as you go down looking at how many people are using the smartphone to track their health progress, or then connecting with a wearable and then sharing that information with a clinician, the numbers gradually drop down to 30%. So this is our team working in the MTech Center. And as I mentioned, we're taking a very multidisciplinary approach of clinicians, nurses, engineers, patients, all coming together to build this future tech-enabled world. However, it's not as easy as more data leading to better outcomes. Although big data can be very valuable, we know that a lot of data is noisy, it could be misleading, and the health system is already overwhelmed with so much data. And so we really need to figure out how to streamline data such that it drives actions that are going to benefit our patients. And we've seen in the early digital health literature some examples that really are reminders that we need to be careful about the way we design the health system using this data. So this was a study led by my colleague Tim Plant that we published in JAMA Internal Medicine. And there was a very popular smartphone app called the Instant Blood Pressure app that was being used by many patients, many people around the world, and it claimed to be able to measure blood pressure using just the smartphone pressed against the chest with your finger on the camera and over the light. However, what we found, and perhaps not too surprisingly, was that it was wildly inaccurate. It would, of hypertensive blood pressure readings 4 out of 5 times, 80% of the time, it would say that the patient had a normal, or the person had a normal blood pressure reading. So it was giving false reassurance, quite dangerous for people to be using this type of unvalidated app. And then there's been other growing pains in the mobile health literature. The IDEA randomized trial, where young adults with overweight or obese body mass index, adding a wearable to a standard behavioral intervention led to less weight loss over 2 years. In the Wired for Health study, there was no improvement in healthcare costs or utilization. The REMIND trial, where there was no improvement in adherence, and the BEAT-HF trial, where there was no improvement in heart failure outcomes with digital tech strategies. However, if we dig under the hood of a trial like the IDEA trial, which Tim and I did in this letter to the editor to JAMA, there are challenges with the trial. The device was uncomfortable, worn for only 4 hours per day. The accuracy was unclear, and one could hypothesize that if the device told people they were burning more calories than they really were, they may have then eaten more in reaction to that, and therefore they lost less weight, which is what was observed in the trial. And then there's a challenge with the control group of being able to go out and get other wearable devices. So the early literature on this has been challenging. One space where there's been the most evidence and progress has been in the diabetes space. So if you're interested in this particular space, this was a review article that we did on digital health tech for diabetes, where, of course, there's been continuous glucose monitors paired to apps. That's been quite interesting. There's also been studies such as the Chat DM trial, where text messages were sent, 6 messages per week for 6 months. And just sending these simple text messages was quite well accepted by patients in China. And the intervention led to a greater reduction in hemoglobin A1C and a greater proportion, about 69% versus 52%, achieving their A1C goal of less than 7%. So it was a fairly modest effect, but this was achieved just with sending text messages, which really is one component of a broader intervention for digital health strategies in diabetes. So as we think about how we integrate text messages or apps into clinical practice, into clinical workflow, this is just a fairly simple diagram that we had in that Nature Review cardiology article, where we're envisioning data flowing directly to patients and giving patients direct feedback, as well as flowing to clinicians and facilitating collaboration between the patient and clinician. Another area where there's been particularly rapid progress has been in atrial fibrillation, where clearly wearable devices such as the Apple Watch tested in the ICoHT study have shown potential to identify AFib early, and AFib that otherwise may go undiagnosed in the traditional medical system. And the watches have now evolved to integrate ECG, which provides another layer of patient self-assessment in the comfort of one's own home or community if an abnormal, irregular heart rhythm is detected by the PPG signal. So that's been an interesting development. In the lipid field, some of our work using big data to improve LDL calculation, which has then been validated around the globe and recommended by a number of guidelines. We've used mobile technology to provide a free smartphone app. You can find it in the App Store in Apple or Google Play as the Hopkins LDL cholesterol calculator. This is a free app that allows for clinicians and patients whose lab has not yet integrated our new improved method to be able to use that. And what this method does is it really corrects for underestimation of LDL that happens with the traditional Friedewald equation, which could then lead to undertreatment of high-risk patients. These are some of the guidelines around the world which have recommended use of the equation that we developed using big data. And LDL cholesterol was the focus as an outcome in the TextMe trial out of Australia, where there was text messages that were sent to patients with coronary heart disease focused on lifestyle habits. And this led to a modest improvement in LDL cholesterol as well as other risk factors such as heart rate, blood pressure, and body mass index. So we've been thinking about how we move beyond text messages into a full digital health platform that really serves the complete needs of our patients. And we describe our journey building the Cori Health app in this article in JMR Cardio. And I wanted to share a video, a brief video, because our work and the journey is featured on Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference. This video really shows the collaboration we've had with our team as well as with Apple, and how we're really the vision to help this serve as a platform for patient education as well as patient management. And then I'll continue with the slides after this video.
Your health and the well-being of your family is...
Are you hearing this video? I just want to check before I keep it playing.
Yes, we can hear it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, okay.
It's always important to you, and never more so than this past year. Apple's commitment to health is stronger than ever. We're collaborating with medical experts to accelerate health innovation, and we're empowering individuals to improve their health as well as make it easier for them to participate in large-scale research studies. With our APIs, developers are using our devices and health apps to come up with ingenious ways to push things forward. Here's an example.
I'm Francoise Marble. I'm a cardiology fellow at Johns Hopkins.
Seth Martin, I'm also a cardiologist at Johns Hopkins.
Seth and I spend our days alongside our patients at the bedside. 6 white coats hovering over a bed. And we're trying to actually share what the patient's condition is, how they need to improve their life. We use medical jargon, we speak quickly, we confuse patients, and they're left on their own. There has to be a better way than just treating a patient, handing them a bunch of papers, and expecting that they're going to understand how to change their life. We thought, well, what if we completely re-engineer the process for a heart attack patient by using Research Kit, Care Kit, Health Kit, and then connecting it with an Apple Watch so we can bring in key cardiovascular metrics that help us to know patients are doing well.
When Francoise was in the Technology Accelerator program at Hopkins, the work there led to this phone call with Apple. And towards the end of the phone call, Francoise said to Divya at Apple, what can we do to accelerate this? And Divya said,
you guys gotta come out to Cupertino. Let's turn your vision into reality. And we had a Silicon Valley Airbnb, and we started side by side coding with our iOS developers. And then every couple hours, we would talk about their vision and the tools they could leverage. We'd go to a whiteboard and we'd lay out, here are the things you guys should go tackle. And we go back to our Airbnb, pour more coffee, order some bubble teas, eat some food. And then we would go to Cupertino and come into Cupertino piled in a minivan and spend almost a full day there getting more feedback, working with their teams. And then they would leave our offices and work through the night building and implementing the things we had talked about with our tools and their vision, ultimately matching together. We left Cupertino invigorated. And guess what? Our clinical trial was able to save an incredible amount of people from having complications and come back to the hospital. It reduced hospital readmissions by 50%. It likely saved a lot of lives. I remember we were just sitting outside beautiful Cupertino weather. And it was just one of those moments where it dawned on us that Cori app was going to have an impact on so many people's hearts around the world. This is the start of something incredible. It's the spark, and now let's light the fire.
This is just one of the many inspiring stories out there and is a testament to the innovative work happening.
So there you have it. And it's been such a multidisciplinary team effort. And as you heard, we really want to impact hearts around the world. So I'm hoping that the conversation we're having today will be helpful and we'll have ongoing dialogue as we learn to really transform our health systems. This was an early sketch of the Cori app. And then with the help of Apple and with their design team and our multidisciplinary teamwork, it's evolved to this. And now there's even future iterations of the app. And we've, as you heard, tested it in the MyCore trial where we saw encouraging results in terms of reduced readmissions, high levels of patient engagement. We've been able to deploy it in high acuity settings in the hospital and see large amounts of cost savings associated with this. And what we've heard from our patients is that it's about the app, but it's also the program and the fact that it gives a program that they can really engage with and not just papers that may end up lost and really don't engage the patient in what we want to do. And we've also now gotten very interested in further building the program out to really address the critical challenges in cardiac rehabilitation. I would love to learn more about what cardiac rehab is like in Indonesia. In the US, we really struggle to have consistency and to be able to make cardiac rehab something that's accessible for our patients. Most patients end up not participating despite exercise and the comprehensive preventive approach in cardiac rehab really being a critical program for health outcomes. And on the physical activity side, when it comes to getting our cardiac patients moving more, we performed the M-Active trial where we found that sending automated text messages back to the impact text messages can have led to 2,000 steps more per day. And so that work has subsequently been validated in additional clinical populations. We're integrating this with the CORI app to help promote physical activity and exercise. This is one of the validation studies in pulmonary arterial hypertension, where the strategy of sending coaching text messages that are automated is improving clinical outcomes. So what we found in the world of cardiac rehab is that there's been a big focus on physical activity for digital health interventions, but much less focus on the rest of risk factor modification that's really part of the core components of cardiac rehab. So we've been working to fill that gap and really recognize that we need to bring our patients into this process at all stages of the design, implementation, and evaluation, as my colleague Lisa Cooper says in her book, which I highly recommend. And so we've been, as part of our AHA-funded work, we have human-centered design sessions where we bring patients into an office or conduct remote sessions and really try to get to their patient or their customer experience and then work back to the technology. So our amazing fellow, Dr. ICoHT and Nancy Milello from the Center for Health Equity recently published a paper describing the process we have for this. And we've reported on some of the themes that we have emerging from these sessions. Something that keeps coming out loud and clear is that our patients need better education. They're going online to Google and YouTube and other sources. They really want better engaging information from us as a health system. So we've been working to address that. We've been working to address access to technology and coaching around the use of technology, given what we found in our ASCVD patients. I wanted to mention that we also have a large AHA-funded program led by my colleague, Dr. Yvonne Commodore-Mensah, focused on blood pressure, linking a blood pressure tech intervention with community health workers to provide that human side and to support the success with technology. And we've also published on our experience lending phones to increase access from a health equity standpoint for our patients. Now that's been funded through research grants. Our hope is in the future, this will be something that can be funded by the government or private insurance payers. And we've also published on the role of family in supporting the success of our patients, making this a family-based intervention. So I know I'm up on time, so I'm going to close things out there. But here are some of the summaries of what I discussed around some of the early growing pains, the potential for personalized holistic engaged care, but some of the early growing pains like that instant blood pressure app and the IDEA trial. But there's big opportunities in the cardiovascular space around AFib, diabetes, physical activity, and cardiac rehab. And as I read the description of this conference, I think it's very spot on around how the COVID pandemic has really launched us into this era of adoption of tech and this remote delivery of care. But there's this opportunity really to address longstanding disparities by increasing access to care using technology. And I tried to highlight some of the trainees I've worked with, like Francoise, as well as Nino Isakadze and others, because I found that our young and inspiring up-and-coming leaders are really excited by tech and building the future. And that's one of the things that makes me so positive and optimistic around the future. So thank you so much. I will close it out there, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Seth. What an insightful presentation topic today. I want you to wait for a minute because we will continue to second speaker, Professor Byung Hwan Choi from Daegu ICoHT College, South Korea. Byung Hwan Choi, can you spotlight Byung Hwan Choi, please? Okay, ma'am, can you hear me? Okay, maybe you can unmute yourself because you are still muted. Unmute yourself. Can the team do this? No? Since our team cannot mute yourself, can you? Okay, yeah. Can you hear me, ma'am? No, I still can't hear you. No, I still cannot hear anything from you. Can you test again? No, we can't hear you.
On my screen, if you select where the up arrow next to mute, if you select it, allows you to select your microphone. I wonder if that would help.
Okay. Okay.
I'm also not hearing it, but it looks like it's unmuted. It's just not, sound is not coming through.
Yeah, Prof. Byung, can you? Oh yeah, okay. Can you? Yeah, I can hear you. Can anyone hear? No.
Can you?
Yes, I can hear you, but still not clear. A little bit choppy, like robot.
Okay.
Okay.
Start now?
Yeah. Okay, that's better.
Okay, then.
Okay, that's better.
I already recorded my presentation. I'm gonna play that.
Oh, okay. So Professor Byung Hwan Choi will play the recording. Yeah, you may start the recording. Play the recording.
Can you hear that video?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Is Byung Hwan Choi, a professor of dental technology.
Okay, I can hear them. Yes, you can start your presentation.
For giving me the great chance to deliver today's topic, which is the readiness of dental technicians in facing the digitalization era for the manufacture of dentures. Today's presentation will be in the following orders. The first two, conventional dentures vs digital denture. Second, digital dentistry workflow. Third, dental scanners, programs, printers, building machines. Fourth, digital dental application procedures. The last one is article review and AI cloud. Denture was the most analog part in the dental laboratory. However, even for denture parts that requires such hands-on is changing to digitalization in recent years. Let's compare conventional dentures and digital dentures according to the number of just visits. Conventional dentures require five visits to the dental clinic before the final prosthetics is installed. The first visit will be preliminary impression. The second visit is final impression. The third visit is bite impression. We need to have a wax rim here with the framework. And the fourth visit is a try-on with arrangement of teeth. And the final denture can have on the fifth visit. So nowadays, for the conventional dentures, 5 visits at least. But the digital denture only requires 3 visits. Preliminary, final, and bite impression can be completed in once. And second visit will be try-in. The final visit is final dentures. Advantages of the digital denture are full mouth restoration in an easier and faster and more predictable way. Simplicity and flow of dental digital denture. Digital backup and unlimited duplicate. Increased stability and retention. 3 office visits and 2.5 hours of chair time. Constant process and precision. The last is no variation of quality. For the digital denture, nowadays we can make with a digital denture, now we can make a complete denture, over denture, hybrid denture, and partial denture too. Okay, let's take a look at the digital denture's workflow. A digital impression must be taken by scanner and send the file to the dental laboratory for design with the CAD/CAM software. Then the dental technician send the file to the computer, to the machine, printing machine or building machine. So finally, digital dentures are completed. These are 2 ways to have a digital dentures. This one is building machine, and this one is the printing machine. These are all scanners developed recently. Select was developed in 1980 at the University of Zurich. It was first used on a patient in 1985. Ironically, made the scanner first and then studied how to make a prosthesis. Celeb has developed a total CAD/CAM system for clinics through about 11 modifications as of 2010. As latecomers, Cadent, iTero, and Lavacos. Here's a Lavacos. And then D for these, E for D were competitively launched after 2006. Cadent start CAD/CAM system of removable orthodontic device is the first. ICoHT's original technology is searched for patients, but the contents are not searched. The Israel military has the original technology. It was developed for the purpose of detecting anti-tank mines in the Israel army. But it is said that it was reduced in size and made for oral use. Lava COS, as well as known 3MESPE. This company basically had a good materials, but did not have the original technology to make intraoral scanners. So the 3M bought Brunei Technology USA, which developed an oral scanner for $95 million. E4D is a latecomer, this one. But it has a lot of pros to compare other three companies. And partnered with Evoclar to obtain ceramic materials, because this system has a closed program. Scanner has an open program. Some has an open program. Some are closed program, which means open program can change scanner, billing machine, or other programs. For closed program cannot change or share to other program or billing machines. For the digital denture, the main issue is to create a retention pressure. Teeth can be produced by scanning because teeth is hard, but tissue, the soft tissue, scanning for function is not possible still. So it is currently being produced by scanning the model. That means we need for full denture, not partial denture. For the full denture, we need to have the board here, and then we need exact pressure. For that, accurate impression is required. But with a scanner, it cannot have or it can just copy over, just a copy, not with the pressure. That is why nowadays still we use models. There are three major CAD programs. The first one is in-lab CAD. The second is ICoHT. The third one is 3Shape. These are all available customized abutments, implant bar and bridges, removable partial dentures, denture design, and the model builders too. In Korea, we started with the 3Shape first, but it has it's very expensive, you know that, right? So, and the 3Shape has still annual fee, but ICoHT doesn't have an annual fee. In Korea, usually we use ICoHT and 3Shape, but nowadays the market is ICoHT is bigger than the 3Shape because of the annual fee. And then ICoHT has a lot of pros. I heard that for like part by part, ICoHT has it, like for example, close with the removable partial denture, but the 3-shape has a process over the regular crown and bridges. That is why the dental laboratory has it ICoHT and the 3-shape. They use it to more programs in dental laboratory. These are all printers. More than 10 printers here. Most of the printers are made in Korea. This one too is here in Korean. Sorry about that. This is how to print with the resin. DPL method. These are DPL method. These are LOD method. This is the LOPS method. This is the polyet method. This is the FDM method. This is the LA method. This one and this one, except this one and this one, these are all from Korea. The results are really great nowadays, accurate. Normally, dental technician doesn't have any idea about 3D printing machine. That is why these companies offers this kind of education program. These two guys are teaching for the 3D printers. If you need, then we're gonna invite these two guys to the Indonesia to teach the printer machine. And then this guy is very famous in Korea for the partial denture. If you want to learn special denture, then we can invite him. These are our milling machines. Okay, there are two ways to fabricate dentures. The one is printing, and then the other one is milling machine. For the milling technique, the base here, the base and the pieces are milled separately and attached with the adhesive. The other is to mill the block once, which is the tooth and the bases are attached together. Two ways are available nowadays for dentures. 1 through 18 are company for the milling machine. Digital denture or digital dental technique started with the milling machine. That is why milling machine companies are more than the printing machine. But I heard that in USA, printing machine is more popular than milling machine because here in Korea, we bite very hard food. But in USA, they just chew like a soft food. That is why we need like strength dentures. For their characteristics, we just choose milling dentures, even though it has like nonce, because rest waste of the materials or something like that, and then need a special burr. That is why. But for the function we picked in Korea, we like to have a milling machine or a milling machine to have a dentures, digital dentures. These are digital dental applications. Modelless, nowadays we do modelless prostheses. It's possible nowadays. We do not make models anymore. And then virtual workshop is available. It's better than technician. Night guard is available. Implant planning also, and the implant prostheses. And digital dentures available too. Also, these are digital denture by using old dentures. So if patient has old dentures, to have a reline or rebased, we need a lot of steps. But using digital, then easier than old-fashioned conventional way. And the temporary denture is very popular here in Korea and the USA. Digital dentures procedure. 68 years old female patients are here. And then bite checking. And then digital impression with the here model, not oral. Create edentulous ridges, the most important part, surface conversion, digital arrangement of artificial teeth, and then design of gingivals. Beautiful, right? Denture design completed. And then printing or milling machine. By using printing or milling machine, can have a finer restoration here. For the digital dentures, there are a lot of articles. So I picked one. It was published in 2020. 2020s, there were current limitations. The first one was elimination of a drying appointment without reliable virtual aesthetic evaluation. Lack of retention with the printed polymers requiring reline for clinical acceptability. Inability to balance the occlusion. Long-term color instability. 2020, there were like these kind of problems. Nowadays, I think some of the problems are disappeared. So, 2020, the article said, presently recommended usages for 3D printed complete dentures are interim or immediate dentures, as well as a custom tray or record-based fabrication for conventional workflows. But 2022 nowadays, or full denture or partial dentures are available with a lot of system and then developed technology, method, and machines. So we need to think about AI and the cloud. Can medical AI replace a dental technician or dental hygienist or dental dentist? AI vs dental technician. Which one is better? Yeah, AI has pros and nouns. And the dental technician too. Currently, many companies are developing programs using AI or cloud. For the dentist, it is possible with the AI or cloud system from preparing teeth to manufacturing and restoring final prosthetics. A recent issue is research on how to automatically manufacture a prosthesis at the same time as scanning in patient's mouth. We need to think about AI in the cloud at that point. In addition, a platform was developed in which a dentist scanned the teeth and send it to the cloud system, and the dental technician opened the file, design the file by using the cloud. It is already developed. It will open in the worldwide market. So, how can we prepare for the future? This will be a great chance to digitalize only digitalized dental technicians. I'd like to say that those who prepare their future will survive in the future. Cloud dentistry is nowadays here, CAD/CAM system. The age of printing building. And the next step is AI data. The age of data-driven automation. The last one is cloud, the age of platform service. Here in Korea or USA, Canada, some other countries already have a cloud system. We can just design at home or anywhere, anytime. There are different time, different place, but just to get the customers from the cloud. We do not have to go to work. We just design at home. In the future, not far, very near, it will happen in our dentistry. Thank you for listening my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Byung-Hwan Cho. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to discussion. I already have two questions. Two for Seth Martin and one for Byung-Hwan Cho. So I will read the question. First for Seth Martin first. You can answer the question after I read it for you. So the question is from Harven Sika and Rinaldi from Tanjung Pinang, Indonesia. Actually, they have two questions. First question is, what is main difference between health equality and equity, and how will it be implemented in Indonesia? Seth, do you want to answer the question? So she asked how health equality and equity will be implemented in Indonesia.
It's a very
what do you
important
think, Seth?
question. It's a very important question. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I can speak about equality and equity which are very important concepts, and I kind of went so quickly through, so I think it's worth lingering on that. I'll say though in advance how this will all be implemented in Indonesia. I don't know that I can be the answer there, but I can at least provide information that hopefully will be helpful. So I think equality is really about providing everybody with the same thing, whereas equity is about providing a personalized or tailored tool to then towards the same goal. I showed that picture of the bicycles. I really like the bicycle example, because you can think of with digital health, you can think of the bicycle similar to the way that Steve Jobs originally described the computer. It's it's not that you fully replace a human, but there's a symbiosis between ourselves as humans and the computer, where being on a bicycle can help us can get somewhere faster. And so the computer can help us be more efficient and effective in achieving our goals. And if those are health goals, it's really about, we often use the phrase meeting people where they are. We really do need to provide tools that serve the needs of our patients. And that's part of why we focus so much on human-centered design. So I definitely would encourage whatever strategies are taken in Indonesia to make sure that the patient has a very big voice and it's a diverse group of patients that serve as partners in designing the way that technology is incorporated in Indonesia, because different patients have different needs. So I think it's really about, if we're talking about a bicycle, having a bicycle that fits the size, the needs of that particular person. The really exciting thing around health technology, it's very customizable. You can have an app, but then patients can select different features and really have a highly personalized experience around what education is delivered to them, what functions they're using to really meet their health goals, as opposed to having a one-size-fits-all solution. And I just love this concept. That's ultimately what we did with that LDL calculation, where the original equation was a one-size-fits-all solution. It's just dividing triglycerides by a fixed factor to then calculate LDL cholesterol. And all that we did to improve the accuracy was to provide a more tailored solution that took into account somebody's lipid profile to then do a tailored calculation, and that was able to solve the underestimation problem that was happening. So I'll leave it to you all to figure out. I certainly hope to stay in touch and learn how the strategies are being implemented in Indonesia. But I hope that some of these concepts and really the focus on engaging patients as stakeholders will be helpful.
Okay, thank you very much, Seth. Yeah, we need another further discussion about that in Indonesia. Another question for you, Seth. Actually, this one is from me. So okay. When I open my cell phone, I can find a lot of application, especially in mobile health. So right. I wonder how in USA your government make a regulation about this app. That as easier we use the mobile apps, it's also in the other hand, people will diagnose themselves, or we know as self-diagnosing. So. Is your government concerned about this self-diagnosing, or do you have any regulation to prevent people from this self-diagnosing?
Right. It's a really important question. And I think fundamentally, this is coming up, in the atrial fibrillation world, where patients can check for irregular heart rhythms and use the ECG, as I mentioned. And then obviously in many other areas, people search for their symptoms on the internet. In fact, one thing I didn't have time to share was I collaborated with Google on a randomized clinical trial where we tested a new version of their search strategy that they had built, which was designed to really improve the accuracy of when people search for symptoms on Google, that they wouldn't immediately be led to think that they had some rare disease or cancer, but to have more relevant common conditions that were presented. So there's been work to improve upon that. I think ultimately this speaks to there's a deep desire for patients to be empowered with information. Clearly, a lot of people are searching on the internet. The data from the Pew Institute and others show that. But ultimately, that then can have a nice, healthy relationship with the traditional healthcare system. I think where we can really shine is if we encourage people to seek information, but then if they're worried that they have atrial fibrillation or they're worried that they have some other new diagnosis, that they then come into the traditional healthcare system and that formal diagnosis can be established. So the way we're kind of approaching things in the US is really encouraging people to use these tools, but then to come into the health system. And I think companies like Apple have been very careful to kind of guide people what they can and cannot actually ascertain from the device, and really see, to encourage seeking of traditional medical care. But there's a big wild west of apps out there, and some are not really very good at kind of, I mentioned that instant blood pressure app, which is really a scary example. And although the app kind of claimed that it was more for entertainment purposes, obviously checking blood pressure is not purely an entertainment activity. It's not like you're playing a fun game. This is life and death. This is serious medical issues. So if people are relying on that bad information, it's quite concerning. So I think my take-home message is it's hard to regulate, and these tools are going to be out there. Many people are going to use them. I think as a health kind of community, we just need to encourage people to channel that energy into the health system to make formal diagnoses after they have suspicion.
Okay, thank you very much, Seth. I also agree with you that that we still have to maintain this good relationship between people with traditional healthcare system. Okay, that's all question for you, Seth. I will move on to Professor Byung Hwan Cho. I have one question for you. This one is from, I don't have a name here. So the question is, despite its convenience, is there any side effect of using digital denture procedure, and how to prevent or reduce that? This is about the side effect using digital denture procedure and how you manage and prevent the disadvantage. Are you clear with the question, Prof?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, you can answer the question.
Yeah. Can I see the question? Because I can understand what you said. Sorry.
You want me to write it for you?
Yes, you mean the digital
Okay,
denture?
I will write it down for you at the chat box.
Okay, thank you.
Somebody please help me. Can you type the question? Wait a minute.
Could you summarize the question? Sorry. Manage how to manage what? How to manage what was that?
How you maintain the side effect of digital procedure.
Side effect?
Side effect. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage over?
Yeah, from digital procedure.
Digital procedure of this. Okay.
How you maintain the disadvantage of digital procedure.
Procedure.
Yeah.
Nowadays we have for like regular digital prosthesis is all set and then accurate, and it sets it's better than human or dental technician made the prosthesis nowadays. For the denture, there are a little problem with the impression. That is why they are developing now in the worldwide. And I heard that they made or they are developing new programs. So next year, IDS, they will publish the way to complete or way to maintain the program, to reduce the advantages.
Okay. I hope the answer is clear for you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the question I have. So I would like to thank you, Seth and Prof. Byung Hwan Cho. We will present to you the certificate of presentation. So here is the certificate from Poltekkes Jakarta 2 to Mr. Seth Martin. Thank you very much for your for this opportunity to have you as our speaker today. Thank you. And another certificate is for Professor Byung Hwan Cho from Daegu, South Korea. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much to all of our speakers today for the very informative and insightful presentation. This is the end of our presentation today. We will continue to the second session. Thank you very much once again, Seth Martin and Professor Byung Hwan Cho. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I will pass this session to MC. Over to you, Yasmin. Okay. See you once. See you again on the next conference. I would like to remind you that we still have another panel session that will start at 4 o'clock, right? 4 o'clock Indonesian time. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Yes, her education starts in 1985 until 1991 in Dentist Faculty of Dentistry University Indonesia, and continue in 2007 until 2009 in Magister of Dental Materials Faculty of Dentistry University of Indonesia. And her work experiences is at 1992 until 20. She worked in General Hospital Dr. M. Haulusi Ambon as a dentist, and start from 20 until now, 20 and 22, she worked in Health Polytechnic Jakarta 2 as a lecturer. Okay, to all the speakers and Mrs. Marzia Magdalena, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for MC. All the participants, good afternoon. I'm really happy that you are still enjoy the seminar and you are still staying with us up to this third session. Let me introduce myself. My name is Marcia Magdalena Tatarepta, and I'm a lecturer from Dental Technology, Department of Health, Jakarta 2. Okay. In this third session, we have two panelists here. The first panelist is Dr. Nurbaiti from Radiology Technology, Department of Health Polytechnic Jakarta 2. And the second panelist is Nanda Puspita from Pharmacy, Department of Health Polytechnic Jakarta 2. This agenda of these sessions are 20 minutes presentation of first panelist and continue 20 minutes presentation of second panelist and followed by Q&A session or discussions for about 15 minutes. Before letting Dr. Nubaiti to give her presentations, I would like to introduce her. Okay, I will read just a little bit. Dr. Nurbaiti MKM, she was born in Tangerang, 8 January 1971, and then he graduated from Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia in 1996, and she was finished the magister program, Faculty of Public Health, University of Indonesia in 2009, and then Faculty of Public Health, University of Indonesia for program of PhD or doctor program from 2012 up to 2017. And working experience, doctor or GP in Puskesmas Pesisir Selatan Lampung. And after that, in 2004 up to 2018, public officer in Ministry of Health, Republic of Indonesia, and 2018 up to now, lecturer Poltekkes Kemenkes Jakarta. Okay, for Dr. Nurbaiti, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here. This is Marzia.
Okay, but your voice is very small, not clearly.
Oh yeah, I will try to increase the sound. This is already. You can hear my voice.
Okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Okay, you have 20 minutes for presentations. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready now. Thank you very much.
The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Marzia, for these opportunities. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, professor, lecturer, student, and our college who present here in international seminar. Today, I am Nurbaiti. I would like to present a subject about radiographer education development in facing technological transformation. I would like some assistance from a committee to display my presentation. May I? Yeah, that's it. Okay. May I start now?
Yes, sure, please.
Yeah. Baik. Yeah. Now I would like to present a subject about radiographer education development in facing technological transformation. May I the next slide, please? Yeah. Today, every day we face about technology in everywhere, especially in radiology field. Our student and professional radiographer always do something with the patient, use medical equipment with the high technology on that. But now we still have to go forward one step more, because we cannot deal with only just for the high technology, but we have to know also about how we transform to be the digital transformation in health technology. How we can deal with that, especially with educational setting. When we say about the digital technology and transformation in health technology, we can see now in every application in a daily life, like smartphone, mobile phone, and many artificial intelligence software, including in medical equipment, especially in imaging equipment in hospital, CT scan, MRI, and ultrasonography has already implemented with artificial intelligence software. How we can deal with that? How we can answer many questions from our student, from our junior professional radiographer, how we can use a kind of the high technology, many kind of digital technology in a daily practice in radiology setting. And how we can deal with that. The next slide, please. Yeah. When we face this problem, this challenge, it's not in Indonesia. WHO has already announced the global setting for in any nation in the world. We have to transform. We have to digital transformation in health technology. Why? We have to see this fact. There is an increasing demand of human resources for health. There is a lack of access of quality health services is due in large part to the huge shortage, imbalanced skill mix, and uneven geographical distribution of health workers. WHO estimates that an additional 4.3 million health workers are needed worldwide. And then the other fact, the shortage of health workers is compounded by the fact that their skill, competencies, clinical experience, and expectation are often poorly suited to the health needs of the population they serve. The problem is not just about the shortage of the health workers, but also how about the competencies. So we are in the vocational institution like Poltekkes Jakarta II, how we can deal with the problem. So we try to answer together now. Okay, the next slide, please. Yeah, in a national setting, Ministry of Health have already initiated the strategic plan. The Ministry of Health has published the policy of transformation health technology through Permenkes 21 in the year 2020. Then the Ministry of Health has already socialized about this document and declared many programs and develop many programs how we can do step by step to deal with the digital transformation in the health technology. So what should we do now? Okay, the next slide, please. Before discuss deeply about the technology, digital technology, and the technology transformation, so we have to realize the fact in Indonesian-wide, in Indonesia. So this is the data we share from my college, Mr. Pratama. That's how about the radiographer profile in Indonesia? Yeah, nowadays through in the PARI, that is Association of Professional Radiographer Indonesia, they have about 20,000 radiographer in Indonesia, and then Mr. Pratama had a survey around 900 radiographer. They asked them about about the experience as a radiographer. And then the demographic for the radiographer in Indonesia consisted while 55% that's male and 45% that is female. And the biggest population of radiographer in Indonesia is very young, because almost of them in the 24 until 30%. This is there is a biggest they are in this year old. I think this is the mistype type. Yeah, this is 25 until 30 years old. The most of them is a young age. So I think this is a challenge for us, how to upgrade, how to increase the skill and the competency for the young people in the radiology human resources. Next slide, please. This is the other fact. That's most of them still in the diploma 3, that's diploma 3, in the bachelor level, and only the limited in the bachelor and the magister. Yeah, so this is a challenge and also an opportunity for us in Poltekkes, in vocational institution, to invite them to have more knowledge, more skillful in radiology area, and then they can upgrade their career and also the skill and the competencies in radiology. Because now, as a radiographer, they are not just stay with the static competency, but they have to upgrade more and more, because they are dealing with many medical equipment with the high technology, and the technology is running with his speed with the higher and higher, until now we use the digital transformation in health technology. Next slide, please. Then here, the distribution of radiographers still in the big city. We see here Jakarta, West Java, Middle Java, and the East Java. This is the very popular city, yeah, for the young radiographer professional. They're still there. I think this is logic, because many huge and high level of hospitals still develop or exist in the big city in Indonesia. This is why the distribution of the radiographer is still not complete in all province, because they need to it's depend on demand and supply of human resources, I think. The next slide, please. Now we see here who the radiographer, most of them still work in the radiology services. Yeah, more than 90% the radiographer do their job in hospital, in radiology services. And also the limited of them work as educator, work as lecturer, and also more limited in medical device, has a consultant and or as a tutor to give the training about the medical imaging equipment in the corporation, in medical imaging corporation. I think this is the benefit for us, and a challenge also, how we can give them more education, more training to improve the skill. Yeah, because most of them are in the field in practicing in hospital. We use the medical equipment there. The next slide, please. But we know that in Indonesia, we have many hospitals with the variation of the type of hospital. We know that the hospital type A, B, C, D, and clinic or others. And medical equipment with high technology standby in hospital in type A, B, or C. So the radiographer, the young radiographer, mostly of them will work in the hospital with the good facilities. Yeah, and then we will have problem also in education setting, because to practices in radiology education, we need equipment. We need our student deal with the practices, use the medical equipment, use medical imaging that have the high technology level. Because without that, they are nothing. The competency cannot done enough to improve their skill and fulfill the competency that is responsible for us to reach that level of competency because of the regulation. And then next slide, please. Yeah, we already know many facts about radiology in education setting. Now we look at more precise about vocational institution like Poltekkes Jakarta 2. Jakarta 2 as a vocational institution, we have responsibility to prepare our student to be professional radiographer with effective training and education technology that allow excellent practical performance and maintaining high quality and safety standard. Actually, we can do both. For our student in undergraduate, we give them training or course for setting the competency, the basic competency in radiology examination. And for alumni, we can give them continuous professional development. But we need the curriculum, facilities, infrastructure, medical equipment, and the management system. And also the most important of that is lecturer or trainers. Yeah, the complete component should be there and has to be fulfilled in the enough level. Because with that, with all of that, we can share knowledge, we can give them the skillful training, and can give them also the mindset of entrepreneurship and leadership. Also, they need them also in the practices in the work site. And then when we have already all of them, we also can collaboration with many stakeholders, with government, with other university, with alumni, and also the medical equipment corporation. So I think we have still, maybe we can still problem on that. So we have to realize that we have to evaluate regularly about our system, our curriculum, the many kind of facilities that we have to need them to maintain our program and to upgrade our program in education in radiology setting. After that, next slide, please. Here, what have already Poltekkes Jakarta 2 do? Yeah. Like another vocational institution in Indonesia, in other countries, we have already give them some teaching, give them share knowledge, give them coaching and upgrade the skill, or give them some exercise, workshop and training. Yeah, but and also we know that when we facing pandemic COVID-19, yeah, we have already also used many technology, yeah, in education, because we are deal with the chance behavior when we are learning. The first, we are use the traditional learning by face-to-face lecture in the class setting, but then in the pandemic, they push us to deal with the e-learning. But the e-learning also still many problem on there. Yeah. But now let we look at our student in vocational student like in Poltekkes Jakarta 2. The current student, most of them is familiar to use technology to communication and entertainment with computer, mobile phone or smartphone now. Every day they are searching many information in internet and connecting with social media. But yeah, during pandemic, they stay in home for learning. And we are together, lecturer and also the staff and also the student. Yeah, we are together using many facilities, application for e-learning, and we use Zoom meeting, webinar, and other application. So there are many educational and training in radiology and medical imaging during pandemic. Student, professional radiographer, and us, a lecturer, join with this program. All this condition lead us to the emerge of innovation learning and to improve our teaching model. We should do that actually, yeah. But for all this technology, actually, in educational setting, we have to make our student to literate how to use technology effective learning, improve their skill and sharpen their critical thinking. There are many learning media in internet, yeah, especially in radiology topic. As example in Radiopedia, Radiology Info, and many experts in YouTube channel share their knowledge about radiology technique. But learning online is not easy, yeah, because it needs focus and self-commitment to have on agenda to learning. It's very different with learning in campus and in class.
Excuse me, Dr. Nurbaiti, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Just to remind you that you have only 5 minutes left.
Okay, bye. I will make a speed for more for this.
Okay, thank you so much.
So it's a challenge for us, for lecturer, to handle education technology, to get in touch with many applications on online learning, especially the learning to deal with the new upgrade technology of medical imaging. And also how our student, our young radiographer deal with digital technology and health transformation. And now, please, the next slide. We have already discussed about e-learning and the potential of that to upgrade our skill and dealing with digital and health technology. Next, please. Yeah, learning is still problem. E-learning is still problem because our literate for using digital learning still low. So we have to grade lecturer and student have to improve their skill in e-learning. Yeah, jadi digital health transformation is only not just for deal with health medical equipment and also to the e-learning application. The next slide, please. This is most of the students only just open HaloDoc, yeah, but seldom of them open Science Direct or Google Scholar. This is problem. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Okay. This is also, we have still many limitation to facilitate our students to have more time in practices in hospital because the place in hospital is limited. And we are in Poltekkes Jakarta, we don't have our own medical equipment, especially with the high technology like MRI, CT is not there. It is not in our Poltekkes. So we have to facilitate our student to go to the hospital. But the hospital is still sometimes is very full. Okay, the next, please. What we should do, yeah? What we should do when our students have to deal with digital technology and technology transformation. We have to improve and socialize them with the artificial intelligence, the new issues in radiology. How we can create many programs for that. Next, please. So, many smart simulation with the equipment like CT simulator, radiotherapy simulator that is there. But we have to collaborate with other like the medical corporation because they have these facilities and we need for our students to use these facilities to increase their skill and knowledge. The next, please. And then here, how we can improve our learning material, our module in the e-learning setting. It's an example how one university in America evaluation the module and material in e-learning with the eye tracking. because they can improve how all the module suitable and effective to use for their student, even they learn independently in the e-learning module. The next slide, please. And the last is how we evaluate our education program. I just want to remind us this is the key Patrick 4-level training evaluation model. How we evaluate the reaction of our student, how we evaluate the learning process, and how we evaluate the change of behavior until we make sure that our education process in deal with the digital transformation and health transformation technology can be initiated, implemented, or attached in our module in our education program, because we face on that issue, we face on that challenges. The next, please. This is my suggestion to do some swatch, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat for us in Poltekkes Jakarta 2, how we can answer when we face the challenges to improve our education in the technology, digital technology era. But maybe we can discuss more in our campus. That this is the color. This is something that I focus on, that how we can integration the new technology in our curriculum, and how we can have a learning application with digital technology in our campus, maybe as our aspect of strengthen, and many opportunities which we can have, and many strengths then we can use in Poltekkes to deal with these challenges. The next, please. This is the end of our presentation, because now today we have changed. Every day is a changes. So the digital transformation is not just transformation, but the evolution of digital transformation. But it's only a cartoon. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Marzia. My presentation is already end.
Thank you, Dr. Rumbaiti. Very great presentations and good point for consideration for all of us, that we have to provide digital equipment that we know it's very, very expensive, especially for Health Polytechnic Jakarta too, right? Okay, we continue this session to the next speaker, the second panelist is Nanda Puspita. Okay. Before you will give the presentation, I would like to read the CV of Nanda Puspita. Nanda Puspita was born in Yogyakarta, 28th of July, 1987. Work experience, 2008, practical assistant for clinical analysis practicum, School of Pharmacy, Gajah Mada University. 2008, practical assistant for pharmacotherapy practicum, School of Pharmacy, Gajah Mada University. 2009, lecturer assistant for pharmacotherapy in nerve system, School of Pharmacy, Gajah Mada University. And August 2010 up to January 2011 as assurance staff, PT Novel Pharmaceutical, and March 2011 up to now as a lecturer of Health Polytechnic Jakarta 2 School of Pharmacy. Education background, Mrs. Nanda got his senior high school in June 2005, and 2009 got the bachelor degree in pharmacy with honors from Department of Pharmacy, Gajah Mada University, with the title of thesis, The Evaluations of Prescribing Based on WHO Prescribing Indicator in X Hospital, 2009. And September 2009 up to August 2010, apothecary from the Department of Pharmacy, Gadjah Mada University, and March 2015 up to December 2016, got a Master of Pharmacy, University of Sydney. Okay, Mrs. Nanda, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Marzia.
Okay, you have 20 minutes for presentation. Okay, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before I present, I would like to share my own PowerPoint, if I will be allowed. This one is about the future pharmacy, a growing integration, digital technology in pharmacy practice. Before I present, I would like to disclaim that I'm not a tech-savvy person, also have not much experience in developing technology, but I quite interested in health and also development of transformation digital in pharmacy practice. In this presentation, I hope you can enjoy with presentation also while enjoying your lunch. Now we're opening with living in the 4.0 or maybe 5.0 era, where a lot of sector has changed, incredibly changed, and have something to do with AI, internet, and also digital. And also in the health, of course, we need to be known about the health of and why we need to have change in all area, especially in health. What I'm going to discuss in this presentation is that about digital health, the meaning on the terminology, the type of digital transformation in pharmacy practice, and also development of digital pharmacy in Indonesia. Where are we heading to? There's a lot of term about digital pharmacy and digital health as a term where the technology combined with healthcare service to improve access, data management, reduce cost, and inefficiency. It is about balancing between health expense and patient outcome. We need to know that a lot of things actually had something to do with economic, the efficiency. And the government, also a lot of healthcare provider is facing with some limited of source, and so they need to give a balance. So in order to make patient outcome still having good patient outcome, but also in a low cost, the most low cost. According to the Food and Drug Administration of USA, the broad scope of digital health is mobile health, health information technology, terminology about personalized medicine, telepharmacy or telemedicine, also wearable devices. Now I'm going to discuss one by one and what this scope is be utilizing in pharmacy practice. First one is health information technology. Maybe previous speaker already known about, already discussed about this health information technology and the utilization and their own scope field. In pharmacy, health information technology is actually have four major source of health big data. Most of pharmacy claim, prescribing claim, medical record research, clinical trial, drug discovery, and also the patient behavior and sentimental data. What I mean by this sentimental data, it is about a lot of application that actually have something to do with their health, or maybe sharing group, or discuss about discuss about their disease, for example, and how patient buying drug online, such as like that. Yeah. So the utilization of big data in pharmacy, there's three major things that big data utilize in pharmacy. First one is to improve care delivery in various healthcare settings, use in informed decision making, clinical pathway, risk assessment, and medicine formulary management, and also evaluate the quality of care, patient outcome, and epidemiology model, and medication adherence. Big data is very complex. The velocity is very high and the complex data. And a lot of developed countries already use this big data to improve and the healthcare. In pharmacy practice, there's some issue regarding the that why we need to digital transformation. First one is drug-related problem. Yeah, whether the patient taking their medicine or not, whether they have a problem with side effect or adverse drug reaction. Also access to health service, for example, in a remote area, and patient data management. Many data is scattered and fragmented and required to be collected simultaneously and united in one big data. There are also problems regarding the workload of healthcare provider, and we are discussing here also because it's very related to the Indonesian condition right now. So we're moving on to the utilization of digital transformation, especially for drug-related problem. First one is to improve medication adherence. There are actually four main things that I would like to share in here. Medication processing ratio and proportion of day cover. It's the traditional one. Virtually observed therapy, sensor-enabled platform, and digital medicine. Medication population ratio and proportional day cover, actually it's a method to calculate the medication adherence for people. It is the sum of the day where a patient have drug divided by the sum of the day that patient actually should have the drug multiplied by 100%. And after that, we can calculate that persistency, whether patient persistent with the medication or not. 80% or higher, can be concluded that patient persistent with the care and adhere with medication, and less than 80%, it means that they're non-adherent to the medication. This thing actually a simple problem, but need to be addressed properly, and the problem need to be overcome, since the non-adherence is correlated to the hospitalization and also increase the cost in healthcare system. There is a research regarding about the survival curve by adherence level, yeah. In Rodriguez and friend, there's a dose and response association between adherence and survival. And we can see that in this graph, adherence less than 50% is correlated with the lower survivor. Yeah. Next one is VOT or virtual observed therapy. This digital transformation, it correlated to the DOT or direct observed therapy, mostly implement in the medication for chronic diseases. And as the soul is replaced the DOT to cut down the health staff need to observe or to verify patient taking the medicine. This VOT is a digital transformation that actually use a smartphone by maybe a patient download or install the application so that in their smartphone they can access the camera, and the healthcare staff will be monitor and see whether they take the medicine properly. There are also the AI that utilized in this application. So the healthcare staff will no need to directly observe a patient. Research regarding to this technology, digital technology, is doing by Mania Zewar and friend in 72 and 37 women in Ethiopia. They have RCT, randomized control trial, in they divide it into two. One is being intervened with digital medical event, reminder monitor, and another group is treated by direct observe therapy. The result is quite challenge and quite interesting because AKI 5D 5L, the measurement for the quality of life, increased significantly in MERM, or this virtual observed therapy method. Moving on to the next digital transformation, it is sensor-enabled platform. A lot of startup and provider in a developed country already developed this kind of smart pill bottle and organizer. Yeah, most of them attached to the device and make sure that patient utilize them to improve the adherence. One, there is something that they attached to the bottle and flash while to remind they need to take their medicine. There also the pill box that have the sensor and can remind a family member to each other to monitor the behavior. The Leafy on your right side is very practical for the nursing home, that maybe for caring the geriatric patient. And the last one is actually I'm not sure where from, but this is the compartment for busy people or something like if you busy with the schedule in your work. Yeah. Another one is sensor-enabled platform. They also provide a sensor in the inhaler and provide a sensor in the clip insulin pen. The other one is spirometer and also Cohero Health improve their medication for pharmacy patient with asthma. Moving to the next digital transformation is the digital medication. What is meant by digital medication? It is the attachment of ingestible event marker into the drug. It is developed by Otsuka Pharmaceutical Care, so that people taking this medication will directly monitor using the application in the smartphone. While she or he take the medicine, the device will be flashed and will see clearly that the patient taking the medicine. After we discuss about platform, I will also discuss about big data for pharmacovigilance and drug policy. When I did my internship in Sydney, there are some issue regarding the control drug, also taking the pseudoephedrine. Pharmacy in Australia in this time is Pharmacy Guild is conducting a project stop for where the patient actually need to limit the use of their OTC, especially when they having pseudoephedrine in that drug. So if someone want to taking the medicine containing the pseudoephedrine, they need to verify ID or passport, and they cannot take this medicine, buy this medicine more than one in occasion. They will be monitored, and this project stop is intended to prevent the production of illicit drug, methamphetamine. The big data for pharmacovigilance and drug policy, there is something with the big data in pharmacovigilance, actually, because a lot of things in the medication management cycle is something to do with the drug adjustment. So in pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacovigilance, there is a pharmacy need to maintain drug interaction, adherence, dosage adjustment, also need to see the comorbid, and also the use of this big data is very important to calculate the DDD, doses defined, daily doses defined. And all of the big data is the source is come from reimbursement claim, national data, provider data, and all of that can be calculated and can be statistically analyzed, and also can be implemented in machine learning. The use of big data in pharmacovigilance is currently happening. It's not the future of pharmacy. Actually, the developed country already implement this type of digital transformation. Moving to the artificial intelligence for future pharmacy practice, some of research and studies using artificial intelligence in pharmacy practice to improve care and also to make an easy way in drug development. For example, AI can be utilized to produce computable data molecule to drug design, so there is no need to take a long time to design the drug, and also can maximize the use of this molecule into the disease target. The use of artificial intelligence also implement in the pharmaceutical care in a hospital, for example, when a lot of data of a patient can be integrated and can be elaborate to measure the dosage, the adjustment, the treatment, the change of treatment, and also to implement the new protocol if it is possible to having pharmacy practice. There are also treatment algorithm doing by artificial intelligence. And it is very helpful for doctor and pharmacists, so they can monitor this implementation and can improve the patient outcome. Moving to digital health in transformation in Indonesia, there's a blueprint from a Ministry of Health that something to do with digital health in Indonesia, but I will show you some problem first, the issue regarding digital health in Indonesia. First is there a lot of application that million data fragmented individually in each hospital or healthcare facilities, and also a lot of application that are used by individual, and the lack of regulation and standardization. Ministry of Health, the priority, the health technology transformation into three major things. The first is that health data interrogation and development, and second one is health application development and integration. And the third, health technology ecosystem strengthening. The first one is about single data health recording. So our government will have the plan to make all data become one health and one source, and will be utilized in with AI and big data ecosystem at government. The second one is digitalization and integration of health information system at healthcare facility, for example, puskesmas, laboratory, and hospital. And the third one is the expansion of telemedicine from health facility to public.
Excuse me, Mrs. Nanda.
Yes.
Your time is only 2 minutes left.
Oh, 2 minutes left.
Yeah,
Thank
2
you.
minutes. 2 minutes more. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, I will make it faster. And this one is a platform in Indonesia health system. There are two major things that our Ministry of Health want to build in this health system. Citizen health app using by individual to access their health, their recording, their medication intake, and so on. And partner platform will be some third party to collaborate with government. It is also implementing in the SISRUT, Sistem Rujukan Integrasi, while a lot of hospital and puskesmas doing tele EKG, radiography, USG, and also telepharmacy. This is the telepharmacy service that patient open the apps and until they finish close the app. But actually, pharmacy is required to give medication therapy management, but it is not implementing yet. The priority problem to be solved in pharmacy sector in Indonesia is actually something to do with product oriented. There need to be standardized the code for the product. They need to be supply and demands universal procurement, and also integrated licensing in producing medication. I would like to share the envisioning of digital pharmacy. In the next future, I hope that smart pharmacy space can give a good code for the drug item, also develop the tech ad, and also AI driven and improve the tele-counseling. Thank you very much, Mr. Mazia. If there's any question, I'm happy to share and answer.
Thank you for Mrs. Nanda Puspita. Very interesting presentation for all of us. And now we come to the Q&A session or discussion. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand virtually, or you can post the questions into the chat box. Okay, sorry, I have to read. There is a question. I will read it for you. From Rahmawati Velani Juria from Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang. How implementations of telepharmacy in Indonesia, 3 regions, and what are the obstacles? This is questions for Nanda Puspita. Okay, you can answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Mazia. I would like to answer for Rahmawati Velani. It's quite challenging to implement telepharmacy in Indonesia, especially in 3D region or remote area. And the obstacle is we know that the connectivity and the internet. And telepharmacy has already implemented in some hospital, but in their lower scope. And I would like to share my colleague experience doing telepharmacy in the hospital. They're still using Messenger or WhatsApp communicate with patient and deliver the drug with the third party. For example, we know the third party, what I'm mentioning. And yeah, there's the obstacle. It's about the connectivity that in Indonesia, there's not equally distributed, something like that. But we hope in the near future, with the commitment of digital pharmacy, digital transformation from Ministry of Health, I hope that it will be the problem will be overcome soon. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. We hope that the answer is quite clear. Okay, we can to the next questions. Also for Mrs. Nanda. This is from Harven Sika and Rinaldi Poltekkes Tanjung Pinang. How's private data security in digital medication, especially related to right of privacy?
Okay, thank you very much. Harven Sika and Rinaldi. That's what a good and a very challenging question. I'm not sure that I can properly answer this question because the private data security and privacy is a big deal in the developing digital transformation in all of aspects. Yeah. Our Ministry of Health in developing health information system also facing the problem in the private data security with there's a lot of hacker around them. But I hope when when we having the strong system, digital environment, one of the goal of the digital transformation in Indonesia is building the ecosystem for the digital transformation. So I hope in the future, this issue won't be become a problem anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer, Mrs. Nanda. And we come to the next questions. This is for Dr. Nurbaiti. There is no name. How radiographer education responds to development of digitalizations and the big data era?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the issues about a big data in radiology, I think this is a huge program. Yeah, that's why we are here in Ministry of Health collaboration with many stakeholders in not just with the public institution and also for the big global corporation yang deal with the information technology, deal with the communication technology, because we are have to solve the we have to solve the big problem in Indonesia. Yeah, we are scattered in many provinces, in many islands. How we are deal with many data and information, although the data has already exist in the hospital, but the data is not easy to integrate it, not easy to have a similar code when they are together in one resources. When I work in as a public officer in Ministry of Health, since 1 decade ago, we have already observed in many provinces how we can solve the problem about information integration in Indonesia, especially in health. Not about the demography, not about the agriculture. Even we need that all. I think the Indonesia is very unique because we are many variation and many field with we have sit together and make a commitment and do step by step to deal with many things. Regarding the radiology, I think the Ministry of Health has to construct the integrated program how the digital data in radiology room or radiology department have a one code, one form of the image, and then can be construct with the minimal data source So we can use it with the application, but the efficient with the energy and with the data source. How we can do that? We need many experts. And then after that, when the platform and the application has already exist, so the radiographer, young radiographer especially, who have already very literate in digital application, have to learn more to know how use this application.
Yes, sure.
And do something. This is not ignore. This is something the new technology, and we have to develop it with the huge money, but we ignore how to deal with the business process. The business process is not easy, although we just only follow the procedure. But how the procedure work? We need to tackle all the procedure correctly, because this is the digital era. So one small mistake will be error. I think this is issues that the international seminar nowadays today. I think a big message for us in radiology, how we can try to keep in my mind how we are all try to give the solution, especially in education setting, how to Indonesia can success with the digital transformation in radiology setting, especially in education.
Hopefully.
So we have to answer together now.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Maybe we have about 3 minutes, three more minutes, but we can read one more questions for Dr. Nurbaiti. Okay.
Yeah,
would you like to elaborate more digital radiography, and is that already implemented in Indonesia? What do you think of it? Is there any disadvantage of using digital radiography in general health?
Okay, digital radiography. Actually, I still have the phenomena that for digital radiology still scattered. Yeah, although in many hospital they try to make the complete program, how to deal with the many imaging there, how they connected with the internal hospital is still many problem, because the personnel there, doctors, staff, and also radiographer, still ignore to improve their skill in technology, in digital technology. I think for us, especially for lecturer more than 40 or 50 years old, we have to tackle again some extra course to deal with digital. You know that, Mrs.
Yeah, sure. We have to go from our comfort zone and conventional technology.
All person in small institution like the hospital have to together sit and discuss and to training again how we can improve deal with digital radiology application or resources in our hospital. And then after that, when all the hospital have already implemented a very in well process, so the connected with can automatically develop. Yeah,
That's
and I think I can answer this question. So
maybe it's a homework for all of us, right?
For us.
Especially for health. Polytechnic Jakarta too. Yeah. Okay. It's very interesting discussion, but sorry, the time is very tight. So we have to close this session. If you have any question, maybe you can contact the committee to maybe ask the panelists privately. Okay. Before come to the end of the session, we would like to appreciate for the panelists. We will give the certificate for Dr. Nurbaiti. Okay, this is for Dr. Nurbaiti, and also for Mrs. Nanda. Thank you so much for the presentations.
Thank you very much.
We got
for the
so many advantages here We can, for the audience, we can applause virtually maybe, or just clap your hands. Thank you so much. Okay, we come to the end of the session. We hope that these sessions will improve our knowledge of facing the new era of digital technology of health. Thank you once again for both panelists and all attendees for your attention and participation. See you all in the next international webinar next year, we hope so. Okay, now I would like to turn it over to MC. Okay, MC, time is yours.
With an excellent presentation that was given by all the speakers, may the knowledge will be used for our best. Thanks to Dr. Nurbaiti and Mrs. Nanda Puspita for being our speakers, and also thanks to Mrs. Marzia, who very well moderated the speakers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at the time now showing at 1 p.m., let's have a break to our attendees until 2 p.m. And due to the next session is parallel session, please come back to your seat before 2 p.m. and join the parallel session. And after parallel session ended, participants don't have to join the main room again because the team will also end the meeting as soon as the parallel session is ended. And now, as our conference is at the end, I am Shamila Yasmin Mutmaina as an MC will say goodbye to our attendees and also thank you for participating in International Conference of Health Technology. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.